Good Wednesday morning, baseball fans. Welcome to our second edition of the playoff preview, previewing the round of 16 matchups for all classifications 1A through 7A. I am David Sharp, Deep South Supervisor, along with Austin Sharp, our Alabama Scouting Director. I will tell you, we're going to get started as soon as we can, but this episode has taken a lot of preparation and planning to bring this to you, and we are pumped to get this to you. I don't know what Austin's going to say, but man, there are some mega matchups across the state this week, man, and we're going to jump right into those in just a second. But before we do, Austin, good morning. Everything good?
Everything's great. If you can't tell, we both are not in our usual spots that we are on every Monday morning. I moved into a house this week, and they've come down and helped. David's come down and helped us move in, and just want to give a special shout out to David. I know, like you said, it's a bunch of work pulling all these stats from Game Changer, and he did the heavy workload this week while I was in the process of moving. So, yeah, so coming in at a different spot this week. So.
Well, just like baseball, it's a team game, man. So, it's team. So absolutely. But we're going to go ahead and, again, this could be lengthy, and, we're going to try to keep this moving as quick as we can, but we don't want to skip any teams. And, but so we want to go ahead and get started with our 1A through 7A matchup previews and predictions. But before we do that, just three quick things. As you probably are aware, there is some weather the back end of this week. There are numerous series that have been moved up that were supposed to start on Friday that are now going to be starting on Thursday. And because of that, we know that we've probably missed some. So we're not even going to talk about when these series get started, because we don't want to say they're starting Friday and they've been moved to Thursday. Again, there's no way we can stay up real time on all of these changes. So if you're a fan of the team, you probably don't need to be told when this matchup gets started, because you probably are very well aware. And we don't want to give any misleading information. The second off, before we get started, as you know, Austin and I predict each round. Last week in 1A, we were both 12-4. In 2A, I was 13-3. Austin was 15-1. In 3A, I was 14-2. Austin was 13-3. In 4A, I was 15-1. Austin was 14-2. In 5A, I was 12-4. He was 14-2. And in 6A, we were both 13-3. So after week one, I've got an overall record of 79 wins and 17 losses. And unfortunately, Austin has a 2-game lead on me at 81-15. After round one. So I've got 2 games I've got to get made up, and we got a long way to go next 4 weeks. So hopefully I can get that made up. Yep. And then the last thing, before we get started with our records, or excuse me, with the previews and predictions, we are not doing players of the week. We don't do players of the week and diamond notes during the playoffs, but we do what we call playoff performers. And that's the guys that stood out in their playoff series the week before. And we've been working on that, getting it done. That will be coming out this afternoon at 1 o'clock. All right. So be on the lookout for top playoff performers that'll be released at 1 o'clock today. So if Austin doesn't have anything else, we're going to go ahead and get started. Look at all 8 matchups in each of the 7 classifications. Our first matchup in 1A, we're going to go down the north side first, then we'll go down the south side of each bracket in each classification. In 1A, our first matchup, you've got number 1 Hubbardsville with an overall record of 19-6. They will be at Spring Garden, who come in at 18-11 and sit right outside the top 10 in our final poll. Again, all of these rankings are rankings from our final classification poll from last week before the playoffs got started. Hubbardsville, this past week, they defeated Pickens County in three really good games. They beat Pickens Academy 7-6 in 8 innings. They then lost to Pickens Academy 8-7, and then beat Pickens Academy 5-4 in 8 innings. Hold on just a second.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yes. Spring Garden, or excuse me, go back to Hubbardville. In game one, Carter Brand had 2 hits. Braylon Hill had 2 hits. Cole Brand had a double, and Blaze Wakefield went the distance on the mound, striking out 11, getting up 3 earned runs, and he drove in the tying run and scored the winning run in the bottom of the 7th. So a big night for Blaze Wakefield. Landon Dodd through the 8th, or excuse me, Wakefield did not get the win because it went to extra innings. Landon Dodd came in through the 8th, got a strikeout, and was credited with the win. Hubbardville scored 2 in the 8th to win it with 2 outs. There were 2 outs when they scored both those runs. And then in game 3, being pushed to game 3, Kane Rushing had 2 hits, including a double. Blaze Wakefield, 2 more hits and a double. Seth Hollingsworth and Braylon Hill, Seth Hollingsworth with the double. Braylon Hill with 2 RBIs. Cole Brand went 6 innings with 9 Ks, and Sam Tidwell came in and got the win, going 2 innings and striking out 2. So that's how Hubbardville got here. Spring Garden defeated Victory Christian 13-8, 18-3 in 5 innings. In game 1, Zane Edwards had a double and 4 RBIs. Clayton Sadler had 2 doubles. Brandon Ruark had 3 hits, including a double. Brody Bostick, 2 hits. Ben Baker, a double, as well as Dawson Elzey. Brody Bostick got the win in relief over 4 innings, 3 strikeouts. And then in game 2, Joel Hunter had 2 hits. Zane Edwards had 3 hits, including a double and 6 RBIs. Clayton Sadler had 2 hits and 2 RBIs. Ben Baker, 2 hits, including a triple. Dawson Elzey with 2 hits, and Zane Edwards went 3 innings and struck out 4. So that's how both of these teams got here. Listen, I think this is, again, Hubbardville, number 1 in the state, pushed to the limit last week by Pickens Academy. Really good series. We've talked about the move that Hubbardville has made the last couple weeks of the season. I do think this is going to be an interesting series. I think Spring Garden could very well win it, but I'm going to go Hubbardville. I think there's something for being pushed to the limit and having played under intense pressure situations. So give me Hubbardville.
Well, last week, our first, I know all of 1A, we had the same picks, but this week I'm starting off. I'm going to go with the upset. Give me Spring Garden to get 2 out of 3 here. Obviously, you talked about it. Hubbardville had a good playoff run last year, and this year they've had nothing but success at 19-6, ranked at number 1. But I'm going to go Spring Garden. They handled their business last week. Hubbardville, but I will say, those 3-1 run games for Hubbardville last week, while you're a coach, you'd love to go out and win 10-0 in 5 innings in every playoff series that you play in. But, it can be beneficial, especially being pushed to 3 games, but also being in 3 1-run games and being pushed to that deciding game 3, because sometimes teams are so dominant that they just play 2 games a series and that game 3 starter never really gets much experience. And then you get into the later rounds and you get pushed to a game 3. But so Hubbardville has that under their belt, but I'm going to go with an upset. Give me give me Spring Garden to take 2 out of 3 at home against our top ranked team in 1A. Let's see. We move to our next matchup. We've got Skyline going on the road to play Athens Bible. Both of these teams finished our preseason or our postseason rankings in Class 1A just outside the top 10. Skyline, we'll get started with them first. The road team, they come in at 16-6. How they got here last week, they swept Waterloo 12-4 and 11-6 in games 1 and 2. In game 1, in that 12-4 win, Landon Farmer had 2 hits with a double, a triple, and an RBI. David Gambera had 2 hits. Brantley Shelton got the win on the mound. He went 4 innings, didn't give up a run, and struck out 4. So that's how they won 12-4. And then in game 2, where they won 11-6, Landon Farmer again had 2 more hits. One of those being a triple, and also drove in another run. Gambera again had 3 hits, one of those being a triple, and then Brantley Shelton had a double. And on the mound, Will Gates got the win. He went 5 2/3, give up just 1 earned run, and struck out 10. So that's how Skyline got here. Like I said, they're 16-6 and finished just outside the top 10 in 1A. Looking at Athens Bible, big opening series win for Athens Bible. Going on the road and taking 2 out of 3 against a ranked Lynn, who was top 6 in our poll. looking at that series, Athens Bible won 9-1 in game one. They got beat 17-4 in game two, but then turned around in game three and won decisively, winning 16-4. In that game one win, when they won 9-1 over Lynn, Chandler James was 3 for 5 with a double and 2 RBIs. Ethan Barnes was 2 for 4, as was Jake Banna. Gavin Butler was 2 for 3. Colton Haynes had a double. Micah Gwynn had a double, and Ryan Faust on the mound went 7 innings, allowed just 6 hits and 1 earned run. Like I mentioned, they got beat 17-4 in game two, and then in game three, they turned around. And I think that Chandler James was 4 for 6, had a home run, a pair of doubles, and 3 doubles or 3 RBIs, and scored 4 times. Ethan Barnes was a perfect 5 for 5 with a triple, 3 RBIs and 3 runs scored. Jake Banna was 3 for 6 with 2 RBIs. Micah Gwynn was 2 for 6 with a double. Gavin Butler was 2 for 3 with a double and an RBI. And then on the mound, Luke Morrell went 6 innings, gave up just 2 hits, and struck out 15. Both of those teams kind of, you look at Skyline handled their business in round one, in the first round, winning 12-4 and 11-6. And then Athens Bible, outside of that game 2 loss, they beat Lynn pretty decisively in games 1 and 3. Give me Athens Bible here. We talked about it last week. It was, that tough first round matchup playing Lynn. You felt whoever won that matchup has got a chance to make a potential run. Athens Bible had a great record all year long, and we're just on the cusp on the outside of Class 1A of making it into our top 10 poll. They had a statement win in round 1, and I like them to, and especially being at home this round, I like Athens Bible to advance to the Elite Eight.
Yeah, sneaky, interesting series this week. Skyline comes in with an impressive 16-6 record. They handled business last week. Athens Bible, I saw them a couple weeks ago go against Addison. Addison got the best of them, but I think that speaks to the quality of club that Addison is. But in Athens Bible, those offensive numbers, man, if they swing it like that, that's they're going to be a tough out. There's no doubt about it. Pitching and defense wins important games, but there's something to be said for scoring a bunch of runs too. And I'm going to go with you. I'm like you, Austin. I'm going to go Athens Bible. But again, as I said, I think that is a sneaky, interesting series there in the North in 1A. So that'll get us to our next series where you've got number 2 Appalachian. They're coming off coming off a sweep of Jacksonville Christian in the first round, dominating scores of 12-2 and 16-2. Come in with an impressive 23-3 record. They're on the road at Eider, who sits right outside of our top 10. Eider comes in at 17-11 off of a series sweep of Covenant Christian. They won both of those games 14-4 in 6 and 10-0 in 5 innings. So both of these teams come in with just dominant first round wins. Let's look at how they got there. In game 1 for Appalachian, Connor Cassidy was a perfect 4 for 4 with 2 doubles and 3 RBIs. Colton Caldwell was 2 for 3 with a double and 2 RBIs. Sam Stidham had a triple and 3 RBIs. Fernando Maldonado had a double. Parker Braswell added a double, and Caleb Kahn got the win on the mound, going 5 innings, allowing just 2 hits, no runs, and striking out 5. In game 2, Sam Stidham was back on it, going 3 for 4 with a bomb and a double, and 3 runs scored with 2 runs driven in. Colton Caldwell, again, another big day at the plate, 2 for 4 with a home run and 5 RBIs, scoring 2 runs. Braxton Thompson added two hits, and Cole Smith got the win, going 4 innings, giving up 2 earned runs and striking out 9. So that was a dominant performance by Appalachian. Let's look at Eider's dominant performance as well. Tyler Kidwell was 3 for 4 with a double and 2 RBIs. He also scored 3 runs. Braden Castleberry was 3 for 4 with a double, 4 RBIs and a run. Brody Morgan was 3 for 4. Taylor Kidwell was 2 for 3 with a triple and 2 RBIs and 3 runs scored, while Landon Davis was a perfect 2 for 2 with the triple and 2 RBIs. In game 2, Tyler Kidwell, once again, 2 for 3 with the double and 3 RBIs. Brody Morgan, again, 2 for 3. RJ Young, a double and 2 RBIs. Blaze Ott, that's one of my favorite names, man. Blaze Ott, what a name. Yeah. Had a triple and 2 RBIs. And Tyler Kidwell, in addition to his offensive exploits, was also good on the mound, went 4 2/3 inning, gave up only 2 hits, no runs, and struck out 7. Man, I'll say this. I think whoever is keeping the game changer this week for this series, they better get a pregame stretch in, because this could be a lot of runs scored in this series. Both of these teams scored a bunch last week. Both of these teams did not give up a bunch. I do think the competition ramps up a little bit for both of them this week. I think it's going to be a high-scoring series, but I'm going to go with the road team. I'm going with Appalachian, who we have ranked number 2. I'm gonna go with them to go on the road and get a win and advance to the Elite Eight.
Yeah, I'm going Appalachian too. But both these teams come in, like you said, had plenty of success in the first round with Eider winning both of those games by double-digit runs, and then the same could be said for Appalachian. So both these teams come in playing well, swinging the bat well, getting good pitching. But I'm going to go with the road team, Appalachian. They've rolled all year long. They're 23-3. Give me Appalachian as well. We move to our last matchup in the North. We've got Addison going on the road to South Lamar. Addison comes in at number 7. South Lamar comes in at number 8. So a top 8 battle between number 7 and number 8. Addison is 22-6. We'll take a look at how they got here last week. Huge series win. We kind of pegged that series with Addison and Hackleburg as one of our top series, and it not only in 1A but in the state. And Addison was able to win 2 out of 3 at home, winning 6-5 in game 1 and then 9-3 in game 2. In that 6-5 game 1 win, Connor Lane was a perfect 4-for-4 with 2 doubles. Jackson Williams was 2-for-4 with 2 RBIs and had the game-winning RBI single on the bottom of the 7th for that walk-off RBI single that pushed Addison to a 6-5 win in game 1. Scout Flynn was 2-for-3, and then Kyle Lake added a double at the plate, and then on the mound he got the win, tossing 7 innings, giving up just 2 earned runs and striking out 3. So that's how they won 6-5 over Hackleburg in game 1. In their game 2, 9-3 win, Tucker Thompson got the win, going the distance, 7 innings. He allowed just 3 earned runs and struck out 10. He also added a 3-for-4 performance with a double at the plate. Kyle Lake once again was on it with 3-for-4 performance and a double and an RBI. Stone Talley had a home run, and then so did Cannon Spiegel. Big series win for Addison right out of the gate, but they'll be tested again this week with a South Lamar team that comes in. That comes in at 19-7. I mentioned they were our number 8 team in Class 1A. How they got here last week, they swept Berry by scores of 11-1 and 10-1. In game 1, 11-1 win. Kitten Albritton was 3-for-4 with 3 RBIs. Levi Foster was 3-for-3 with an RBI double. Kyle Krim on the mound went 5 innings, getting the win, giving up 3 hits, no earned runs, and 4 strikeouts. He also had a double and 2 RBIs. Mason Harden was 2-for-3. Jack McNeese was 2-for-3 with an RBI, and Gunnar Parker was 2-for-3. In game 2, where they won 10-1, Thacker Richards went 7 innings, getting the win, giving up just one hit, 1 earned run, and struck out 11. He also went 2-for-3 with a double and an RBI. Mason Harden, once again, was 2-for-4 with a double and RBI. Jack McNeese, again, was 2-for-4 with a pair of RBIs, and Max Wright added a triple and an RBI for that 10-1 win to complete the series sweep. I haven't made my picks, as you can. I've just, as we go down, I'm making our picks. South Lamar comes in, even before the playoffs started, before last week's win, they beat number 1 Hubbardville. I think the Monday before the playoffs started. They've played good competition all year long, the likes of Gordo and other good teams in that area. I'm going to go. I think I'm going to go with South Lamar. Give me South Lamar at home. These are 2 top 8 teams. So it's going to be an evenly matched team. We reeled through those highlights, and there are a lot of multi-hit games and a lot of pitchers going 5, 6, or 7 innings, giving up just 1 or 2 runs. So 2 really good teams going at it. South Lamar being at home just pushes me across the edge. I'm going to go with South Lamar to get a big series win to advance to the quarterfinals.
I'm going to go Addison. And again, as you said, this could go either way. It's you mentioned it's a top 8 series. We think highly of both these teams, or we wouldn't have them ranked where we have them. But I saw Addison a couple weeks ago, as I mentioned, when they took care of Athens Bible for the area championship. Athens Bible's flexing their muscles now. I think that speaks a lot to how good I think Addison is. 1 through about 5 or 6. That is and again, the bottom of the order can produce some quality at bats, but 1 through about 5 or 6, man, that Addison lineup is pretty difficult to navigate. So I'm gonna go Addison simply because it's I like them, that offense. I'm gonna go Addison. Again, this could go either way. I think it's pretty interesting that we split this. So give me Addison in the north. So that'll move us to the south. In the south, you've got Sweetwater. They finished right outside of our top 10 with an 18-13 record. They're on the road at Millry, who come in at 12-14. Sweetwater dominated Elba this past weekend by scores of 13-3 and 12-2, while Kinston won 3-1. While Millry defeated Kinston 3-1 and 6-5 in extra innings. Let's look at how these two teams got there. First off, we will take a look at Sweetwater. In game 1, that 13-3 win, Aiden Brown was 2 for 3 with a home run, a double, and 3 RBIs. Sammy Walker was 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs. Jordan McManus was 2 for 3 with a double and an RBI. And Gage Meganson, I think that's how you pronounce it, got the win on the mound, going 4 1/3. And again, that was only a 5-inning game, going 4 1/3, giving up 3 hits, 2 earned runs, while striking out 5. In game 2, McManus, after his offensive exploits in game 1, got the ball in game 2 and went 6 innings, got the win, scattering 4 hits, no runs, and 11 strikeouts. And the Efren Cardenas, I believe that's how you pronounce it, had a double. And then they only had 7 hits that game. And then 6 other hitters each had 1 single apiece. Cardenas was the only extra base hit there for Sweetwater. Take a look at Millry and that impressive win over Kinston. I believe Kinston was ranked. Is that right? I think
no,
they were right outside of it. Okay, but that was an impressive win for Millry. Again, Millry. We've talked about Millry on this podcast that their record, is not the best, but that's a notoriously strong program. And let's take a look at how they got there. In game 1, Dravion Leverett was 3 for 4 with a double and 2 runs, while Tanner Sullivan added 3 RBIs on a triple. Caden Welford got the win on the mound, going CG, tossing all 7 innings, giving up 6 hits, 1 earned run, and 4 strikeouts. In game 2, and this one went extra innings, a 6-5 win by Millry in 8 innings. Braxton Jenkins was 3 for 5. Leverett, once again, shine with the bat, was 2 for 4. Caden Welford, after getting that win in game 1, was 2 for 4 with a double. Jacob Graham added a double, and Tide Stokely added a double. Jacob Graham had that walk-off RBI double in the bottom of the 8th to give them that 6-5 win. So big hit for Jacob Graham there in the bottom of the 8th. Tanner Sullivan got the win in relief, coming in there in the 8th inning. He only pitched 2/3 of an inning. He gave up 1 hit, no runs, and struck out 1. Again, he was tasked with coming in and getting the last 2 outs there in the top of the 8th, which allowed Millry to push that run across, that 6th run, to win 6-5 in 8 innings. Taking a look at this is another one that maybe it's not 2 ranked teams, but I think it's a toss-up this week. I went back and forth on this. I eventually sided with the home team, maybe an upset. Don't know. I think I'm going to go with Millry with that home field advantage and being in those tight games. I think that may help them in the long run. Give me Millry to win this one at home this weekend.
Yeah, while these 2 teams aren't ranked, this is not unfamiliar territory for both of these teams. These are 2 of the top contenders in 1A year in and year out, and this is where they expect to be each year. So this is like I said, a familiar place for both of these teams. I'm going to go with Sweetwater. We'll split this one as well. Give me the road team. Sweetwater has played a tough schedule, including coming to Northport earlier in the season and playing the big time 2A and 3A teams in the small town showdown. They held themselves well, and I think they're starting to play their best baseball. as of late. But like you said, I mean, that's a big win for Millery last week. We thought, Kinston, and I know it's a young Kinston team, but they were able to beat Florala in area play, and Florala had a big first round series win last week. So this will be a tight matchup on the road. It'll be tough to play at Millery. I think I saw these two teams have played in the regular season, and I think I want to say Sweetwater won both of those games. If I'm correct, I'm pulling it up right here. Let's see. Yeah, Sweetwater won 5-4 March 24th, and then won on February 23rd, 7-0. So Sweetwater's 2-0 the regular season, but the stakes just continue to raise that much more in the playoffs. So there will be more pressure, and both of these teams have continued to evolve over the course of the season. So I'm gonna go Sweetwater. We'll split this one, and we'll move on.
You snuck in a tidbit there. I didn't know, man. So I didn't know they played this year, but I'm gonna stick with Millery.
Yeah. We've got our next matchup. We've got two more teams just outside the top 10, but two teams who are talented and have it. Will have the makings of a good matchup. And in 1A, we've got University Charter going on the road to AHSAA Academy. Both of these teams finished just outside the top 10 in our 1A poll. University Charter comes in at 16-12. AHSAA Academy is 14-7. Looking at how these teams got here, we'll start with University Charter. Big series win last week over a really good Billingsley team. University Charter was able to sweep them, winning 5-1 and 12-2. In game one, Jonah Dubose went the distance on the mound, throwing 7 innings, gave up 2 hits, no earned runs, and struck out 5. Offensively, it was a balanced attack for University Charter. They had 7 singles by 7 different hitters. And then in the game 2, 12-2 win, they scored 8th in the 7th to extend a 4-2 lead. Michael Gibson was 3 for 4 with a double and 2 RBIs. Grayson Springfield was 3 for 4 with a double. Braden Murrah was 2 for 5. Tip Smith was 2 for 5. And Jonah Dubose, again, was 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs to get that 12-2 win and punch their ticket to the Sweet 16. For AHSAA Academy last week, they swept Woodland 7-2 and 16-0 in 5 innings. Looking at that game 1, 7-2 win. Grayson Hawkins was 2 for 3 with a double. Logan Dunaway had a triple and 2 RBIs. Lawson Crawford had a double and 2 RBIs. And then on the mound, Hayden Causey went 6 2/3, gave up no earned runs, and struck out 10. In game 2, when they won 16-0 in 5 innings, Logan Dunaway had a big day at the plate once again with a 3 for 4 performance with a double and a home run and 5 RBIs. Grayson Hawkins had another multi-hit performance, going 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Lawson Crawford, again, was 2 for 3 with a double. Hayden Causey was 2 for 4 with a triple and an RBI. Ethan Wainwright, Bryson Thaxton, both had 2 hits, and Caden Gray on the mound went 5 innings in the complete game win, giving up 3 hits, no runs, and striking out 6, and then also adding a triple at the plate. I'm going to go AHSAA Academy in this matchup. And even going back to last year, AHSAA Academy had a great run. I think they beat Millery in this round, and which was a big upset. And I think they made it to the Elite 8. They've had a tough schedule all year long. They've played the likes of Holtville. They played a lot of good teams in that Montgomery area in the state of Alabama, some higher class teams to prepare them, and even coming in with a 14-7 record speaks for itself. Give me AHSAA Academy to win on the road here in this 2 out of 3 series.
I hate to go against AHSAA Academy. I hated to pick a side here, but I'm going to go University Charter. University Charter. I think they may have played last Wednesday. I think that was one of the first finals that came across. I think it was like the second final that came across. And I'm like, man, I'm already 1-1 because I lost. I picked against University Charter last week, and I'm not doing it this week. That team really, they won me over, beating a very good Billingsley team, 5-1 and then 12-2. While I wasn't there, that was a very impressive sweep. That sent shockwaves to me, not shockwaves, but it surprised me a little bit. So again, I hate to go against AHSAA Academy. You mentioned their run last year. But again, that University Charter sweep of Billingsley takes a lot of weight with me. So I'm going to side with University Charter.
They also split with Leroy the week before the playoffs started. So
yeah, that's right. While I preview this next one, take a look at who just came in on Yellowhammer Games.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, okay. Our next matchup is we talked about a top 8 matchup earlier. We've got a top 4 matchup in this one, and this one are 2 powers going at it. You've got number 3 Brantley. They come in with a 17-1 record. They dominated Choctaw County last week. And don't get me started on 3-inning and 2-inning games. I just don't think it's fair to. I don't think it's fair to Brantley to only go play 5 innings over the course of 2 games. But that's time for more discussion later. They beat Choctaw County 15-0 in 3 innings, and then beat Choctaw County 16-0 in 2 innings. Fayetteville, they come in at number 4. They have a 15-17 record. I don't need to talk anymore about their record for those people that have been on our podcast all year. That's a team that we've pegged all year, playing a very, very difficult schedule. They also dominated Verbena last week, winning 18-1 in 5 innings and then winning 8-0 in the nightcap. I can assure you both of these teams know that it's not going to be that easy for either one of them this week. This is a matchup of 2 perennial powers, without a doubt. Let's look at Brantley first. Kevin Freeman had a great series. In game 1, he was 3 for 4 with a triple and 2 RBIs. He also went CG on the mound, giving up 1 hit. Again, that was only 3 innings, but he gave up 1 hit, no runs, and struck out 4. Chaz Branham had a double, as did Jack Bryan. In game 2, Freeman continued to swing it, going 3 for 3. And that's in 2 innings, going 3 for 3 with 2 doubles and 2 RBIs. Branham was back on it, going 3 for 3 with 2 doubles and a home run and 4 RBIs. And Porter Beasley was 2 for 2 with a double and an RBI. Those are the standouts from Brantley. Looking at Fayetteville, some of their standouts in game 1. Ethan Jones, a perfect 4 for 4 with 2 doubles and 3 RBIs. Brenton Cantrell, 3 for 4 with a double and a triple, while also going 4 innings on the mound, getting the win, scattering 4 hits and not giving up an earned run. Blake McDaniel had 2 hits, including a double. Cam Hammonds also had 2 hits, including a double, and Connor Crumpton added a double as well. In game 2 of that 8-0 win, Ethan Jones got the ball and delivered a complete game win, going 7 innings on 3 hits, no runs, did not walk anyone, and struck out 13. Elon Burns went 2 for 4. Carter Goins had 2 hits, had 2 doubles, and Cam Hammonds also added a double. So again, both of these teams did exactly what you would think they would do in the first round. As I mentioned, the competition ramps up for both significantly this week. I went back and forth on this. It's hard to go against a team that's 17-1. Again, we've had both these teams ranked extremely high all year long. No disrespect intended for either one of them, but we've talked about that. We've pegged both of these as possible state winners, and we've talked about that Fayetteville team not getting caught up in their record due to strength of schedule, and I think that this is when it begins to play out for them. I'm going to go Fayetteville to win this one in an extremely exciting series that is all that it's supposed to be in high school baseball, but give me Fayetteville this weekend.
Yeah, you said it, Fayetteville. This is the matchup where all the you played 30 games preparing you in the regular season, playing the likes of they played I think they played Mountain Brook, played Pelham, played a bunch of really good teams. But this is the matchup where it pays off. Not saying it's going. I'm going to pick Fayetteville, but not saying it's going to. Brantley, you win 17 out of 18 games at whatever level it is. That's still impressive. But Fayetteville, we talk about it all year long. We've held them, to a pretty high standard, even with that having a losing record for most weeks. But we kept following them with their game changer. They played. I think they lost by 1 to Buckhorn, a 6A. They played a bunch of 5A, 6A teams throughout the season. We've talked about it. I'm going to go with Fayetteville. Ethan Jones is a force on the plate and on the mound. Brenton Cantrell, I think, is their catcher. I think both of them are going to Lawson. So both of those guys have kind of led the way, and they did last week. But then you look at Brantley, Chaz Branham, Kevin Freeman last week, two big weeks. I'm going to go with Fayetteville at home for all the reasons that you said. But this will be a high-level series and one that we're going to be following very closely throughout the week. So give me Fayetteville. We'll wrap up Class 1A with another matchup that I have not made my pick for. You've got Maplesville going on the road to Florala. Number 10 Maplesville, who comes in at 18-11. Florala sits at 17-7 and finished just outside the top 10. But they were inside the top 7 or 8 for the entire season. That area loss to Kinston bumped them out, but seems like they're back to playing well after last week's big series win. We'll first get started with Maplesville last week. They swept Keith 16-0 and 15-0. Both of those games were in 3 innings. In that 16-1 game, yes, I think we both picked Athens Bible.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, and for anybody, you'll be able to go back and listen to this. So yeah.
Getting back to Maplesville, sweeping Keith in game 1. Aiden Abbott was 3 for 3 with 3 RBIs, a double and a triple. Pierce Jurgen was 2 for 3. Randall Stoudenmeyer was 2 for 3 with a double, a triple, and 4 RBIs. Braden Atchison added a double, and then on the mound, JT Johnson went 3 innings, gave up 1 hit, no runs, no walks, and struck out 7. In game 2, Pierce Jurgen once again had a multi-hit performance, went 3 for 4 with a triple, 2 RBIs, and then kind of the big piece for Maplesville, Eli Hubbard had a triple and 3 RBIs, and then on the mound, he went 3 innings, no hits, no runs, no walks, and struck out 8. So 8 of 9 outs were via strikeout, and that's a senior who's committed to UAB. Big piece for Maplesville, moved in this year. He's got a big arm on the mound, and he's a big piece in what has Maplesville playing well as of late, and in addition to their other guys. Looking at Florala last week, swept Leroy going on the road to Leroy winning 15-5 and 8-5 in games 1 and 2. In that 15-5 game 1 win for Florala, Aiden Brooks was 4 for 4 with a double and 5 RBIs. Noah Brown and Easton Walsh both had 2 hits. Easton Walsh went 5 2/3, got the win and struck out 9, and then Dawson Reeves added a 2 for 3 performance with a double. In game 2, winning 8-5. Noah Bryan was 3 for 3 with a double and scored 3 times. Dawson Reeves had another multi-hit performance with 2 hits and driving in 3 runs. Easton Walsh added a double and 2 RBIs. Aaron Jackson had a triple. And then on the mound, Aiden Brooks went 6 innings, gave up 3 earned runs. And then at the plate, he was 1 for 2 with an RBI and 2 walks. I think I picked against Florala. I think I picked Leroy last week and picked against Florala.
I did too.
I'm going to go this is tough. Give me – do what?
It's a good series, man.
Yeah, really good series. Which this is what it should be. I'll go Florala.
Okay.
Give me Florala at home. We talked about it, maybe didn't play their best baseball, or maybe, tip your cap to Kinston winning that 2 out of 3 area series. But all year outside of that series, Florala has played really well all season long. And I like them at home. Give me Florala.
Yeah, I went Maplesville. And you heard Austin just made a real-time pick right there. I mean, it's weird that we split this series because Maplesville, again, you mentioned Hubbard there, big-time arm. It's going to be tough to beat him. Florala can definitely beat him. There's no doubt about it. Maplesville, dominating Keith last week, doing what they're supposed to do. But then Florala with that big win over Leroy. I mean, that was another one that was a little bit of a shock. We both just talked about we went Leroy. So kudos to Florala. They're going to have a chance to prove me wrong again. And again, there's no disrespect whatsoever, but I'm going to go Maplesville while you went Florala. I think that's a good way to end 1A because, again, another great matchup. We're going to split it. So
I also think it's interesting. We talked about Vincent and Lamar County last week. How do they mix up? Easton Walsh is a really good left-handed pitcher committed to LBW. How do you match up? It looks like Eli Hubbard threw game 2 last week and Walsh through game one. We'll see if that stays true this week, but that's that'll be something to follow.
No doubt. That's no doubt about it. So we'll go ahead and get started, get right into 2A, where we've got our first matchup. You've got number 5, Red Bay. They come in at 21-6. They'll be on the road at Summerton Christian, who come in with a 10-15 record. Let's see, Red Bay, they were pushed to the brink last week, playing Westminster of Oak Mountain. They won game 1 5-2. They lost game 2 4-0, and then were able to win game 3 by a score of 5-1. Red Bay's a team we've had ranked in the heart of 2A all year long. In game 1, Jeremiah Thorne went 3 for 3 with a home run and 2 RBIs. Landon Louie collected 2 hits. And then on the mound, Carson McGee got the win in that 5-2 win. McGee went 7 innings, obviously a complete game, gave up 2 earned runs and struck out 9. So Westminster got that game 1 win. They dropped game 2 4-0, setting up a do or die game 3 where they were able to win 5-1. Carson McGee had 2 hits and an RBI. Sawyer Humphreys was 2 for 2 with an RBI, and Aiden Pruitt turned in a huge outing for Red Bay, limiting Westminster Oak Mountain to 1 run, and it was an unearned run. Pruitt went 7 innings, turned in a complete game, scattered 4 hits, again, did not allow an earned run, and struck out 3. So that's how Red Bay got there. Summerton Christian, and listen, I've made some good friends with some Summerton Christian people over the course of the last couple of years, and I think we both picked against Summerton Christian last week, and they both and Summerton Christian proved us wrong by going on the road and defeating West End. I don't have those scores there.
I gotcha.
Yeah, you don't pull that up, and I'll go ahead and be talking about those 2 games. In game 1, Jackson Bain was 2 for 3. Nick Perry and
Christian won 5-4 and 7-3.
5-4 and 7-3 for Summerton Christian, both those wins. Oh, we had another Yellowhammer games coming. If you want to take a look.
Yeah, I was going to say it when I talked about him later.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we got him in. We'll talk about him later. But back to this matchup, Summerton Christian with that sweep. In game 1, Jackson Bain collected 2 hits. Nick Perry and Reed Cornelius.
7th grader, Jackson Bain too.
Yeah, he is. He's a 7th grader, no doubt. Yep, that's a young team. Nick Perry and Reed Cornelius combined to allow 6 hits, 2 earned runs, and 7 strikeouts on the mound. And both of them also had a double at the plate. In game 2, Reed Cornelius continued to swing it well, was 1 for 1 with a double, a run, an RBI, and walked 3 times. And then Colton Glass, left-handed arm, 2028, that we know very well, was shut down early in the year. Looks like he's obviously back to form here. 5 2/3 inning, getting the win, allowing 3 hits and 2 earned runs, and struck out 15. 15 of 17 hitters were punch outs. So it's pretty easy to see that Colton Glass is back and up to his old ways again. And this is going to be another, I think Red Bay's got some depth in that pitching rotation. They showed it with Thorne, McGee, and Pruitt in this last series, and I think that might eventually be the deciding factor here. Obviously, Glass is going to be tough for anybody to beat. Summerton Christian playing with a lot of confidence right now. You mentioned a small town showdown earlier. We saw them small town showdown. Listen, this going on the road is always difficult, but I do like Red Bay this week with that pitching depth to go on the road and get the win.
Yeah, I like Red Bay too. The combination of arms that they have, and those 3 guys, Jeremiah Thorne, Landon Louie, and Carson McGee, are 3 guys who I remember talking about last year and even 2 years ago. So they're seasoned veterans playing in deep playoffs over the past few years. And they're a tough, especially with Aiden Pruitt throwing game 2, McGee in game 1. They've got depth, but Summerton Christian has really found a way to, obviously with Colton Glass in game 2, you know what you're going to get out of that left-hander, but also finding a way to piece it together in game 1 and to have success as well. I'm going to go Red Bay as well. I think I'm just. For all the reasons that you said, 21-6, ranked number 5. I like Red Bay's body of work. They've handled business all year long, and I like them to advance in this round. But it'll be tough going on the road to Summerton Christian, a program that's used to playing deep into the playoffs. Won the 1A state championship 2 years ago. So we'll see how it unfolds this week. Our next matchup, we've got Pleasant Valley going on the road to number 7 North Sand Mountain. Pleasant Valley finished outside the top 10, but was ranked at number 10 for a good portion of the back end of the season. I mentioned North Sand Mountain comes in at number 7. Pleasant Valley comes in at 19-8. North Sand Mountain is 21-8. So two teams who have handled business all year long. Looking at how both these teams got here, we'll start with the road team, Pleasant Valley. They swept Belgreen last week, 11-2 and 6-2. In that game 1, 11-2 win. Peyton Mann led the way, going 4 for 5 with a double and 2 RBIs. Dixon Duncan was 2 for 4 with 4 runs driven in. Jackson Acker was 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Dallas Roper was 2 for 4 with an RBI, and then Landon Beeson was 2 for 3 with 3 runs scored and 2 walks. In addition to Roper's 2 for 4 performance at the plate, he went 7 innings on the mound, gave up 5 hits, 2 earned runs, and struck out 4. And that's how they won 11-2 in game 1. They turned around in game 2 and won 6-2. Dixon Duncan went 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Peyton Mann was 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Jackson Acker was 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs, and then he went 6 1/3 on the mound, gave up 2 earned runs and struck out 4. Brody Barnwell was 2 for 3, and Landon Beeson was 2 for 2 to sweep Belgreen last week. For North Sand Mountain, they were pushed to 3 games against Decatur Heritage Christian. They won game 1 7-6, dropped game 2 6-7, and then won game 3 decisively, winning 10-1. We'll look at their wins in game 1, winning 7-6. Jackson Burgess was 3 for 4 with 2 home runs and 3 RBIs. His younger brother Levi was 3 for 4 as well, driving in 1 run. Cooper Pierce was 2 for 4. Jackson Lankster was 2 for 3, and then Luke Reed went 7 innings, got the complete game win, gave up 4 earned runs and struck out 3. Like I mentioned, they got beat 7-6 in game 2, and then in game 3, Levi Burgess again led the way. He went 3 for 4 with 2 RBIs. Jackson Lankster was 3 for 4 with 2 RBIs. Jackson Burgess was 2 for 5 with a double and an RBI, and Carson Harvey was 2 for 3 with a home run and 2 RBIs. On the mound, Cooper Pierce went 7 innings, going the distance, allowing just 3 hits, 1 earned run, and struck out 6. This is another good matchup. Pleasant Valley, like I said, they were at number 10 for the majority of the back end of the season. North Sand Mountain has been inside our top 10 all season long. I'm going to go with North Sand Mountain here, especially being at home. I think North Sand Mountain, we talked about it 2 weeks ago. They swept Collinsville in 2 games, 2 one-run games. And then last week, and I mentioned it, getting to play a 3rd game is sometimes a blessing in disguise. Getting to, Cooper Pierce, if they won game 2, probably would not have thrown that series. But now he's got a complete game win under his belt if this series goes to 3 games. But Pleasant Valley handled business last week. They've handled business all year long. But I'm going to go with North Sand Mountain being at home. Give me the Bison.
I'm going to give 2 quick shout outs real quick before I give my pick. Last week, I didn't tell you this, Austin. I got a text last week from a mutual friend of a guy that watches Decatur Heritage baseball. And he said, hey, I've got a friend that plays baseball for Decatur Heritage. They're playing North Sand Mountain. He said the catcher at North Sand Mountain is good and wondered if anyone's looking at him. Don't know his name, but he's number 1. And I sent back real quick, said, I know who that is. That's Jackson Burgess. Yeah. And do want to give a shout out to Kenny Turner. Kenny Turner, big Pleasant Valley fan there, reached out this week. I'm sure he's listening. We appreciate you listening as well. Big series coming up. Listen, I'm going to go North Sand Mountain as well. Again, Pleasant Valley dominated Belgreen, sitting right outside of our top 10 with 19 wins. North Sand, I think these two teams are very similar. And again, when teams are similar, I think a lot of times home field has a lot to do with it. Going to North Sand Mountain, that was sort of the weight that carried a lot of weight with my pick. I'm going to go North Sand Mountain this week, but again, you say this for probably 95% of these playoff matchups we're talking about, 1A through 7A. These could go either way. Now, there's a couple we think are pretty, could get ugly. Don't know, but 95% of these matchups can absolutely go either way. So we're both going to go with North Sand Mountain in a highly competitive series. Our next matchup in 2A, you've got Cold Springs. They come in at 19-7, sitting right outside of our final top 10 rankings. Cold Springs defeated Cleveland 10-3 and 7-3. They will be on the road at number 4, Lindsay Lane Christian Academy, who just won their 30th game of the year. They are at 30-6. They defeated Pisgah 5-1 and 16-1. Let's look at Cold Springs first. Cold Springs, as I said, swept Cleveland in game 1. Aiden Black had 4 hits, including a double. Brandon Chastain had 2 hits with a double and 3 RBIs. Cooper Johnson went 5 1/3 on the mound, getting the win, struck out 5 and allowed 3 earned runs in that 10-3 win. In game 2, in a 7-3 win, Cooper Johnson was 3 for 3. Boston Archer had 2 doubles and 2 RBIs. Brandon Chastain once again collected 2 hits with 3 RBIs, and Colt Purdue added a triple. Aiden Black, after his offensive production in game 1, turned in a masterful outing on the mound, going 6 1/3, giving up 5 hits and 1 earned run while striking out 11. Again, he got the win. So that's how Cold Springs got here. Lindsay Lane Christian Academy, they swept Pisgah by scores of 5-1 and 16-1, as I've already mentioned. Big game 1 for Wyatt Wallace. Wyatt Wallace was 2 for 2 with a home run and 3 RBIs. He also went complete game, giving up only 2 hits and 1 earned run while striking out 10. Bryson McMullen collected 2 hits and scored twice. And then in game 2, in that 16-1 win, Bryson McMullen once again was 3 for 3 with 2 doubles. Grayson Miller, 3 for 5, 2 doubles and 4 RBIs. Cooper Abernathy had 2 hits and 3 RBIs. Finn Redding had 2 hits and 3 RBIs. And then LT Thornton LT Thornton had 2 hits and 2 RBIs as well. So as you can hear, there's not a lot of repeat names there in that Lindsay Lane lineup. I think that shows some depth in 1 through 9, and that's been the case all year long. But what I'm more impressed is you look over there and they gave up 1 run and 1 run in 2 games, and that's coming off of a no-hitter, a combined no-hitter in their last regular season game of the year against Whitesburg Christian, getting prepared for the playoffs. And man, I think Lindsay Lane, we've got them ranked number 4, and I think they very well could be ranked higher than that. This is a complete team, but a very young team. This is a name that you're going to be seeing a lot over the next few years. Offensive depth, pitching depth, man, that's always a recipe for success. Although Cold Springs is, this is not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination. I'm going to go Lindsay Lane for, again, that the depth pitching and the depth offensively.
Yeah, tough to go against Lindsay Lane, and I'm not going to, at least for this matchup. 30 wins is really impressive, especially for they haven't scheduled cupcakes. They've tested themselves. They played in our small town showdown. They play good competition all year long. They're 30-6 is really impressive. You mentioned it. While they have frontline arms, they've got big bats. They're still pretty young, so they're going to continue to be good for years to come. And they could very well go on and win a state championship this year. Cold Springs, have had success all year long. 19-7, just finished outside the top 10, won their area over Summerton Christian. But I'm going to go with Lindsay Lane here. It's hard to go against Lindsay Lane. So give me the Lions to advance to the quarterfinals.
And Aiden Black gives you a chance every time on the mound.
Yep.
Yep.
We move to the South. With our first matchup,
we've got one more in the North.
Oh, got to scroll. Okay, yeah, there you go. We've got number 2, Mars Hill Bible. They'll be going on the road to Vincent. Mars Hill Bible mentioned comes in at number 2 in our final 2A poll. Vincent finished just outside the top 10. Both of these teams have won 20 or more games. Mars Hill Bible comes in at 24-8. Vincent comes in at 20-13. How both these teams got here, we'll take a look at Mars Hill Bible first. They swept Sandrock in a pair of Mercy Rule contests, winning 10-0 in 5 innings and 14-0 in 5 innings. In game 1 for Mars Hill, Bo Willis went the distance in that 5-inning win. He gave up 1 hit, no runs, and struck out 8. His younger brother, Cody Willis, was 2 for 2 with an RBI, and then Brooks Campbell added a solo home run. In game 2, where they won 14-0 in 5 innings, Brooks Campbell went 3 innings, giving up 2 hits, no runs, and struck out 2. Bo Willis, after his complete game shutout in game 1, was 4 for 4, driving in 4 runs and scoring 3 times. Sophomore Malin Moore was 2 for 3 with a home run and an RBI. Noah Handback, Carson Wynn, Christian O'Rear, and Hanback, Wynn, and O'Rear both had 2 hits, and Cody Willis added a double and 3 RBIs. So that's how Mars Hill Bible swept Sandrock in round 1. Vincent coming in last week, we pegged that series with Lamar County to be I think we both pegged it as, we definitely saw it go in 3 games, and that's what happened. In game 1, they lost 4-6. I'm disgusted with myself to saying the losing score first. Just reading what I see right now. Lamar County won 6-4 over Vincent in game 1. And then Vincent was able to win games 2 and 3, winning 9-0 in game 2 and 11-6 in that decisive game 3. In that game 2 win, Landon Archer was dominant on the mound, went 7 innings, gave up 2 hits, no runs, and struck out 14 hitters, so averaging two strikeouts an inning for the junior right-hander. He also went 3 for 4 with a home run, 2 RBIs, and 2 runs scored at the plate, so big game 2 to even up that series for Archer. JT Fields also went 2 for 4 with a double and 2 RBIs. So they evened up the series. And then in game 3, I mentioned they won 11-6. Caden Carroll was 2 for 3. Hunter Busey, may have pronounced that wrong. Apologies, Hunter, if I did. He went 2 for 3 and drove in 2 runs. Aiden Wilson, Calvin Johnson, and Walker Willis, all 3 of those guys had a double. And then on the mound, Calvin Johnson went 7 innings, gave up 5 hits, and struck out 6. And I think we both mentioned, I think the reason that we went with Vincent was we thought Vincent maybe had a little bit more depth. Ridge Brown on the mound on the other side was really good for Lamar County.
Struck out 10 in 6 1/3 in game 1. Yeah.
Okay. So I assumed so they did offset him, and then Calvin Johnson kind of helped Vincent get to the finish line in game 3 and win that series. These are 2 teams who are very familiar with playing each other. Over the past, I think, at least 3 years, they've met in the late rounds of the playoffs. Vincent, I think, I know obviously Vincent won the state championship last year, but they've met up multiple times over the past few years. So these are 2 teams who are very familiar with each other. I'm going to go with Mars Hill Bible, though, to go on the road at Vincent, which I've been to Vincent in a big time playoff series. I went to this exact series 2 years ago, and it's a great environment. They've got a kind of like a
left field
elevated section in left field. That's a pretty neat place to watch a baseball game at. So this will be and Mars Hill, Coach Willingham, they know what they're going to enter in when they go to Vincent High School. It's going to be a good environment. Give me Mars Hill Bible to go on the road. And it'll be a tough series. Landon Archer can beat anybody for Vincent, and then it's just finding a way to win another game. But ultimately, I'm going to go with Mars Hill Bible.
Yeah, man, we've talked Mars Hill all year, and I've talked about I love how their offensive approach. Well, their offensive approach is going to be put to a test this week, especially when they face Archer. You said it, 14 Ks in 7 innings, man. I mean, it's pure filth out of the hand from Archer. And I'll say this about Vincent. Vincent is that team that maybe early in the year they took their bumps and bruises, and that's to be expected when you lose so much from a successful season last year, going all the way and winning that state championship. But kudos to that group. They've gotten better and better. And again, this is I'm going to go Mars Hill simply because we talked about complete team. We thought Lindsay Lane was. I think Mars Hill is every bit as a complete team as anybody in the state in 2A. But again, you look at Vincent, man, and they've been here. They expect to be here. They've played Mars Hill Bible numerous times. Mars Hill Bible is walking into a hornet's nest down there. I mean, this is going to be a big time series, but I just think, what's that?
Good pun.
Yeah, you like that.
Yellow Jackets.
Yeah. But I just think it's a little bit too much Mars Hill this week. That's a team that we've pegged all year. But again, we're both going to go Mars Hill in that last matchup in the north. Swapping gears to the south here. Our first matchup in the south, you've got number 1 GW Long, 25-7, coming off a dominant series sweep of Laverne, winning 15-1 and 18-1. They are on the road at JU Blackshear this week, who come in at 14-13 after taking 2 of 3 from Cottonwood. Let's take a look at how these teams got here. GW Long, as we mentioned, a dominant two-game performance against Luverne, winning 15-1 and 18-1. In game 1, Zion Marshall, I think he's an 8th grader or 9th grader. No, he's young.
2030.
2030. Yeah, he's an 8th grader. Had 2 hits, scored 3 times. Lawson German was 2 for 2 with a double and an RBI, while also getting the win, going complete game, 5 innings. He scattered 3 hits, gave up 1 earned run, did not walk anybody, and struck out 7. In game 2, Blaine Wood got the win, going 4 innings on the mound with giving up 2 hits, an earned run, and 5 strikeouts. Aaron Yarbrough was 3 for 4, scoring twice, and Eben Pritchett was 1 for 1 with a home run, which was a grand slam, giving him 5 RBIs, 3 runs, while also walking 3 times. So that's how GW Long handled Luverne. On the other side, we talked about JU Blackshear beating Cottonwood. I picked against JU Blackshear last week. I went Cottonwood. JU Blackshear lost game 1 by a score of 4-3, came back and won game 2 and 3 by scores of 7-4 and 12-10. So that's 3 tightly contested games. In game 2, Cottonwood had to score 4 in the bottom of the 6th to take that 7-4 lead. They were down, on the brink of elimination. They were able to score 4 in the 6th, and then got 3 outs to force that deciding game 3. Lagan Riley was 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Cole Matheny was 2 for 2 with an RBI. Brady Blackburn was a perfect 3 for 3 with an RBI. Jamison Coleman added a double, and Cole Matheny got the win in relief, going 6 innings on the mound with 4 hits, 1 earned run, and 6 strikeouts. In that 12-10 deciding game 3, Lagan Rollins was 3 for 5 with 2 doubles and an RBI. Another great name, Cash Griffey. Mm-hmm. That's a baseball name. Cash Griffey collected 2 hits. Braden Bailey added a double, and Brody Watson also had a double, and Hunter Smith added an RBI with a home run in that 12-10 victory. Impressive series for JU Blackshear, beating Cottonwood. They're going to be at home this week. But listen, we've got GW Long ranked number 1 for a reason. We've had them in the top 3 or 4 all year long. I'm going to go with the Rebels this week to go on the road and get that win. Again, there's something synonymous. We've said this every year with GW Long and deep playoff runs in lower classification. I'm going to go GW Long on the road this week to go to take care of Blackshear. But I do. Blackshear's tested in those 3 tight games. I think it will be a challenge. I think it will be competitive, but I can't go against GW Long. Give me the Rebels.
Yeah, I agree. Being at home will be obviously beneficial for Blackshear, but the competition takes a little bit of a step up when you play GW Long, especially in the playoffs, a place where the Rebels are accustomed to playing, and that's what the standard is with tons of state titles in their program history. I like the depth. I like the pieces that GW Long has. Give me GW Long as well to advance to the quarterfinals in 2A. Our next matchup, we've got Highland Home going on the road, traveling to number 9 Tuscaloosa Academy. Highland Home finished just outside the top 10. They come in with a 16-8 record. Tuscaloosa Academy, I mentioned, finished at number 9. They sit at 16-12. How both these teams got here, we'll start with Highland Home, the road team. They swept Lochapoka last week, winning 14-1 in 5 innings and 17-0 in 3 innings. In game 1, Tanner Sexton was 3 for 3 with 3 doubles and 4 runs driven in. He also went 5 innings, giving up 2 hits, no earned runs, and 12 strikeouts on the mound. Aiden Sampley was 2 for 3. Connor Sampley was 2 for 3 with a pair of doubles and 2 RBIs. And then Cooper Mount was 2 for 3 with 2 runs scored. In game 2, winning 17-0, Aiden Sampley once again was 3 for 4 with a double and 2 RBIs. Logan Frazier was 3 for 3 with 3 RBIs and a double. Tanner Sexton again was 2 for 2 with a home run and 2 RBIs. Kent Beasley was 2 for 2. Cooper Mount again was 2 for 2 with 3 RBIs. Connor Sampley was 2 for 2, and Brody Phillips added a double.
Man, that's a lot of offensive production.
No doubt. For Tuscaloosa Academy last week, they swept Horseshoe Bend 4-0 and 6-5, playing 2 pretty close games. In game 1, Harwood Beeger added a triple. Mark Norris hit a double. And then on the mound, Henry Smith went 7 innings, gave up 2 hits, no runs, and struck out 9 in a complete game shutout effort. In game 2, I mentioned winning 6-5. Henry Smith had the big swing in the top of the 7th with the game being tied 5-5. He had the go-ahead RBI single in addition to a 2 for 4 performance. Harwood Beeger again was 4 for 4 with 2 runs scored, and then he went 7 innings on the mound, giving up 5 hits, 2 earned runs, and 6 strikeouts. This will be you even talked about, you said at Highland Home, that is a ton of offensive production. The competition will take a step up this week, going on the road and playing at Tuscaloosa Academy, a team that's had a ton of success in the AHSAA ranks over the past number of years, and have come in and held their own and come in at number 9. But Highland Home has had success all year long as well, sitting at 16-8. I'm going to go, and I think the playing at home this is one series that carries a little bit more weight with me too, being at home. Give me Tuscaloosa Academy to take 2 out of 3 in this series.
I'm going to go with Tuscaloosa Academy as well for 2 reasons. Number one, their strength of schedule, man. They have, in that Tuscaloosa area, they played a lot of those higher class teams. I think that, again, this is why coaches schedule very hard schedules now, that you put your players in front of something that they haven't already seen in the regular season. And I think that may play dividends for Tuscaloosa Academy. And also, there's an old adage, in baseball, that good pitching beats good hitting. Is that going to happen this weekend? I have no clue of knowing. But history says that usually good pitching will beat good hitting. I think this is strength versus strength. And I'm not saying that Highland Home can't pitch it. And I'm not saying that Tuscaloosa Academy can't hit it, because they both can. I mean, they're here for a reason. But I think Highland Home's strength is offensively. I think Tuscaloosa Academy's strength is on the mound. And because of that, I'm going to go with the pitching. I'm going to go, like you, Tuscaloosa Academy in this matchup this weekend. And being at home carries a lot of weight as well. Our next series, another big-time series in 2A. You've got number 6 versus number 3. Number 6, Ranburne, finished at 24-11-1. They defeated Isabella this week by scores of 10-0 in 5 and 16-1 in 4 innings. And then Ayrton comes in at 26-7 with the final ranking of number 3. We'll talk about Ayrton in just a second. First, let's take a look at Ranburne in that sweep of Isabella. Asher Brown went 5 innings, complete game, gave up only 1 hit, no runs, and struck out 10. Carter Lauren had 2 hits. Aiden Jackson had 2 hits, including a double and an RBI. Kaysen Jones had 2 hits and 3 RBIs, including a double, and Drew Davenport added a double in game 1. In game 2, Carter Lauren was back on it, collecting 3 hits and 3 at-bats with 2 doubles. Drew Davenport was 2 for 3 with 3 runs driven in and added including a double and a triple. Kaysen Jones was 2 for 3 with an RBI. Logan Carter 2 for 3 with an RBI. With 3 RBIs. Asher Brown had a double, and Owen Henderson also added a double. Drew Davenport got that win, going 3 innings on the mound, giving up only 1 hit, 1 earned run, and while striking out 5. You look at Ayrton. Ayrton, I picked against Ayrton last week. I went Pike Liberal, and that might have been my worst pick of the week. So just letting the Purple Cat people know that I went the wrong direction last week. But that was that was a top 10 series in the first round. I mean, and I think that speaks volumes of Ayrton. We had a guy there, and he just went on and on about the offensive production at Ayrton and said that this Ayrton offense continues to do what they're doing here, they're going to be a tough out, and Ayrton's always a tough out, but, scoring 30 runs in 12 innings is pretty impressive. But in game 1, Addison Sin was 3 for 4 with an RBI. Pierce Gill was 2 for 2 with 2 runs scored. Bryce Odom collected 2 hits and drove in 3. Easton Kilpatrick on the bump gave up 5 hits, 1 earned run, and struck out 6 over a complete game 7-inning effort in that 7-1 win. And then in game 2, man, scored 23 runs in 5 innings, winning 23-6. Easton Kilpatrick had 3 hits with a home run, 2 doubles, and 6 RBIs. Addison Sim, another 3-hit game with 2 RBIs. Pierce Gill was a perfect 3 for 3 with an RBI. Wells Gainey was 2 for 2 with an RBI. He also walked 3 times. Bryson Rhett was 2 for 3 with a triple and a double and driving in 4. And Connor Davidson was 2 for 3 with an RBI while also scoring 3 runs. Man, hitting is contagious. And
they were all sick last week, man.
Do what?
They were all sick last week, man. If it was contagious.
You are exactly correct. And let's just hope that they get to the park this week, because I agree with our scout that was there. If they continue to get that offensive production, which I don't expect 30 runs, against Ranburn's pitching staff, with Asher Brown, Drew Davenport, and the likes going for Ranburn, there's no way I expect that many runs scored. But man, I like Ayrton. We had them number 1 a couple weeks. They lost 2 of 3 to GW Long. We slid them down to number 3. I'm going to go with the Purple Cats. And we talk about home field advantages across the state. Well, that's a big one. And they get to be at home this week after being on the road. I'm sure it will be standing room, packed house. Give me the Purple Cats this week.
I'm going to go Ayrton too, but I think this could be a series that comes down to 3 games. No need to go into it. You talked about Ayrton, its offense. Easton Kilpatrick has been as consistent as they come on the mound and at the plate, but especially on the mound for Ayrton. He's stepped up. He's worked himself into that game 1 role. But I think Ayrton's still kind of, I don't know, searching, but still looking to find the right piece for a game 2 and a potential game 3 arm if they ever get to it. So that's something to follow. But Kilpatrick has been really good in game 1. Ranburn has been consistent all year long. You talked about those, you went in depth about their performance last week. They were balanced up and down the lineup and got contributions from everybody, giving up just one run the entire series. It's hard to go against Ayrton, and I'm not going to in the playoffs. Give me Ayrton, but think that this is obviously number 6 at number 3. This is going to be a big time matchup. I'm going to go Ayrton, but definitely a series that we both will be following very closely throughout the week. Our last matchup in Class 2A, we have Reeltown going on the road to Bayshore Christian, number 10 Bayshore Christian. Reeltown finished just outside the top 10 and come in at 17-11, while Bayshore comes in at 16-7. How both these teams got here, we'll start with Reeltown. They swept Calhoun 16-0 in both games. In game 1, Drake Wood was 3 for 3 with a double with 3 RBIs. Reed Wood and Xander Johnson had a double. Both had doubles. Jamarcus Smith was 1 for 2 with 5 runs driven in, and then Brody Smith went 3 innings. Didn't give up a base run, was perfect through 3 innings, and struck out 8. In game 2, Hudson Lewis was 2 for 2 with a triple and 3 RBIs. Reed Wood was 2 for 3 with a double, a home run, and 4 RBIs. Xander Johnston, again, was 2 for 2 with a triple and an RBI. And then Reed Wood went 2 innings, no hits, no runs, no walks, and 5 strikeouts. For Bayshore Christian, last week they swept Geneva County, winning 5-2 in game 1, and then 13-0 in game 2 in 5 innings. In game 1, Blake Strickland was 3 for 4 with 2 runs scored. Bryson Turner was 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs. Kason Whiteside was had a double, and then Milo Scott on the mound went 5 innings, gave up 5 hits, 2 earned runs, and struck out 5. In game 2, in the 13-0 5-inning Mercy Rule win, Kason Whiteside went the distance, giving up 3 hits, no runs, and struck out 7. He also added a 3 for 3 performance, with 2 of those hits being a double. He also drove in 4 runs. Asher Hilburn was 2 for 3 with an RBI, scored 3 times, while Milo Scott was 2 for 2 and scored twice. This is another really good series in 2A. Reeltown didn't get tested last week, but they've played the likes of Trinity Presbyterian a couple weeks ago. They've played some good teams in that central part of the state, so they'll be ready to go on the road to a Bayshore Christian team who has just continued to get better all season long, won that area and have beaten Bayside Academy the week before the playoffs started. So they're really clicking at the right time, playing their best baseball. I'm going to go with the home team in Bayshore Christian. Give me the Eagles. The Eagles have played in deep playoff runs. They are consistently one of the top smaller class schools down in the Mobile area. But Reeltown, led by the host of producers who I mentioned, Hudson Lewis, Reed Wood, Jamarcus Smith, Xander Johnston. Give me Bayshore Christian in a tightly, evenly matched series.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I went Reeltown here. I was 50-50 on this one. I really like that Bayshore Christian team. They've been playing well of late. Again, you mentioned they finished 10th. Reeltown has just been hanging around all year, and it seems like that's just what they do every year. This is their time of year. You could also say same thing for Bayside or Bayshore, excuse me. This is when they shine as well. I think this is a matchup of two teams that expect to win every week in the playoffs. I don't know why I'm going to go Reeltown. Maybe I'm getting caught up now. Now they beat Calhoun, and that's what they should do. I mean, and I'm sure the people from Reeltown will tell you that. The competition ramps up significantly for them. I don't expect those gaudy numbers that we just talked about, especially from a pitching standpoint. But again, you don't give up a base runner in 2 games, albeit 5 innings total. That speaks volumes. But I'm gonna go Reeltown to go on the road and maybe with a surprise win, maybe an upset. But give me Reeltown in this matchup to wrap us up in 2A. So that'll get us to 3A, where once again it's a loaded field of teams. Our first one, again, as always, we're starting in the north. Our first one, we've got number 2, Gordo. Gordo comes in at 26-8. They're on the road at Glencoe with a 14-20 record. How those teams got here: Gordo swept Welborn by scores of 14-0 in 5 innings and 15-2. In game 1, Rainer Russell collected 2 hits. Noah McDaniel had 2 hits and an RBI. Ford Hewitt, 2 hits and 2 RBIs. Brody Croyle, 2 for 2 with an RBI. James Davis with a double and an RBI. And Colin Pate went 5 innings, CG, gave up 2 hits, no runs, no walks, and struck out 7 in a 14-0 win. In that 15-0 win, you had in game 2, you had John Parker JP Driver, 7 innings, complete game, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, and 11 strikeouts. Rainer Russell once again, 3 for 4 with a double and 2 RBIs. And Colin Pate with 3 hits and 4 at-bats with 4 runs driven in. Just a dominant performance from Glencoe last week. Glencoe defeated J.B. Pennington 5-2 and 13-9. I'm almost certain I picked against Glencoe last week. I think I went J.B. Pennington. In game 1, Glencoe scored 3 in the top of the 7th to break a 2-2 tie. Again, they scored 3 in the 7th for that deciding 5-2 victory. Aiden Johnson went 7 innings on the mound, complete game, giving up 5 hits, 2 earned runs while striking out 9. He was also collected 2 hits at the plate and scored a run. Justin Rogers also was 2 for 4 and scored a run as well. In game 2, in that 13-9 win, Bryce Borntrager, I believe that's correct, got the win, going 4 innings, giving up 2 earned runs and striking out 7. He had 3 hits, including a double, while driving in 3 runs. Justin Rogers, once again, collected 3 hits and 4 at-bats with 2 doubles, an RBI, and 3 runs scored. And Jacob Loftus was 3 for 4 with a double, 3 RBIs, and 2 runs. Man, that was a big win for Glencoe, defeating J.B. Pennington, a really good J.B. Pennington team. The stakes, we talk about stakes getting higher and higher. Obviously, the Green Wave is a team that we've pegged all year long. I'm not so sure they're not playing the best that they've been playing all year long right now. Glencoe is going to put up a fight. It's not going to be easy where Gordo just walks in and handles business. It's going to be competitive, but I'm going Gordo. After finishing runner-up last year, they're on pace to maybe get back to Jacksonville Oxford area this year. Nobody knows if that's going to happen or not, but give me Gordo to advance.
I'm going to go Gordo too. Give me Gordo as well. Maybe a revenge tour from last year. They've got pretty much 1 through 9 and a lot of their key players back from last year's runner-up team. You said it seems like they're playing their best baseball going into this series. So I'm going to go with the Green Wave as well. But I also picked against Glencoe last week. And an impressive series win for Glencoe going on the road and sweeping Pennington. It's the same again this week. I'm sure that's how the Glencoe people like it. Us picking against them, they had success last week, but we'll both go with Gordo to get us started in 3A. Our second matchup in 3A, we have number 3 Collinsville going on the road to Elkmont, who finished just outside the top 10. Both of these teams have won 24 games. Collinsville sits at 24-5. Elkmont sits at 24-10. How both these teams got here, we start with Collinsville sweeping Colbert Heights in a pair of 5-inning Mercy Rule games, winning 17-1 and 11-1 in game 1. Gavin Lang went 5 innings in the complete game win. He gave up just 1 hit, no runs, no walks, struck out 12, and added a 3 for 3 performance with 2 RBIs at the plate. Jeremiah Killian was 2 for 4 with a double and 3 RBIs. Noah Johnson was 2 for 3 with one of those hits being a home run. He drove in 3 runs. And then Jacob Niles was 2 for 2 with a double and 4 runs driven in. Brantley Daughtry and Logan Mateer both had triples, and then Colton Pettis was 2 for 2 with a triple and 2 RBIs. In game 2, winning 11-1, Mason McAteer went 5 innings on the mound, gave up 2 hits, no earned runs, and struck out 5. He also went 2 for 4 with the plate with an RBI. Gavin Lang was back at it once again with a 2 for 3 performance with a double and 2 RBIs. Bronner Jones was 2 for 3. Jacob Niles had a double and 3 RBIs. Noah Johnson also had a double, and Jeremiah Killian had a home run and 3 RBIs. For Elkmont last week, they swept Clements 11-5 and 17-4 in 6 innings. In game 1, Andrew Staggs went 5 innings, gave up 4 hits and 6 strikeouts. Bryant Smith was 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs. Lincoln Donner was 2 for 4 with a home run and 2 RBIs. Leighton Scripture was also 2 for 3 with a home run, a double, and 2 RBIs in game 1 to push them to an 8-5 victory. And then in game 2, where they won 17-4 in 6 innings, Jake Hargrove went 6 innings, giving up 6 hits, 2 earned runs, and 9 strikeouts. Lincoln Donner once again added another home run and a 2 for 5 performance. He also drove in 4. Jeffrey Barnes was 2 for 3 with 2 doubles and 2 RBIs, and Leighton Scripture once again added to his impressive series, going 1 for 2 with a triple, 2 RBIs, 2 runs scored, and 3 walks. So plenty of offensive production to go on both sides. Elkmont has played really well all season long. You win 24 games at the 3A level. You're having, obviously, a great series, and that's what Elkmont is doing. But Collinsville seems like a team who is, and this is we're able to do this because we aren't coaches or any side of the fans. We're able to look ahead, but could be a potential big-time matchup next week if both teams were able to take care of business this week. But Collinsville will have their hands full. Obviously, the competition takes a step up this week with a really good Elkmont team who's coming off of the series sweep. But I'm going to go with Collinsville here. Their junior class is really strong, led by Gavin Lang and Mason McAteer and Jeremiah Killian. I'm going to go with Collinsville to go on the road and win this series.
I'm going to do so as well. But again, that Elkmont team is a quality ball club. They were forced in the final week of the series, they were forced, it was a area series to determine the winner and runner up. They were able to win a late game against Whitesburg Christian. They dropped game 2 and then were able to win game 3 to win that area championship. I think there's something for that, being pushed to the limit and having to play under pressure situation, because people can say what they want to. The playoffs are pressure packed, but I think it's just too much. Collinsville, again, that's a team that is a bona fide contender to win it all in 3A. So I'm going to go Collinsville on the road this week to get that win. Our next matchup is number 4 Piedmont. They come in with a record of 25-6. They're on the road at Lauderdale County, who come in with a record of 21-5 and finish the season right outside 21-15. My apologies. 21-15, sitting right outside of our top 10. Let's take a look at how both of these teams got here. Piedmont defeated Vinemont 13-0 in 5 innings, and then won game 2 by a score of 11-2. I do want to say this for Piedmont people, or anybody that's out there. Piedmont is one of the lone teams that does not have a game changer. So we had to go to another game.
Vinemont.
Yeah, we went to Vinemont and looked at their game changer to get the Piedmont stats, and all they listed were numbers. They did not list names. So we found a roster and we tried to match those numbers with the names. So if there is something wrong here, then again, please give us a little leeway, because there's not a game changer. So we think we've got it right, but there could be some differences here. So in game 1, Cole Austin, complete game, 5 innings, 1 hit, no runs, no walks, and 11 strikeouts.
That's probably right.
What's that?
I know that's probably right.
Yeah, we feel pretty certain when we say Cole Austin had success. We feel pretty certain that that's right. William Hurst was 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Benjamin Dempsey had a double and 2 RBIs, and Jackson Howard had a double and 2 RBIs as well in that 13-0 5-inning contest. In game 2, which they won 11-2, Crawford Mallett went 5 innings, gave up no hits, no runs, walked only 1 and struck out 10. Eli Johnson was a perfect 4 for 4 with a triple and 3 RBIs. Jackson Howard collected 2 hits, and Carson Cleveland added a double for Piedmont in that sweep of Vinemont.
Any Piedmont fans watching, let us know if we aced that or if we messed up any.
I think we see a Piedmont fan check in? No, we did not. Okay, yeah. So if you're Piedmont, let us know if we messed it up or if we got lucky and got it right. And then Lauderdale County defeated Whitesburg Christian pretty convincingly, 11-0 in 5 innings in game 1, and then won game 2 9-7. That 9-7 game was like 9-1 entering the 7th. And Whitesburg Christian mounted a late rally. So, and I'm not saying that score is deceiving, but it got tight late. In game 1, Siler Parker, complete game, 5 innings. He's been doing that all year long. Gave up only 4 hits, no runs, and 6 strikeouts. Curtis Ritter was 2 for 2 with a double and 3 runs scored. Heston Parker added a double with 3 RBIs. Jeremiah Hutchins had a triple, and 5 other players had 1 hit each. You know, you can take that for what it's worth. That's 8 of the 9 hitters there that we mentioned had at least 1 hit. So there's some depth in that Lauderdale County lineup. In game 2, they gave the ball to Heston Parker after his big performance in game 1 with the bat, and he turned in a 6-inning masterpiece, striking out 10, getting the win. Caden Holden was 2 for 3 with the run, and Jordan Green also added 2 hits and scored 1 as well, as Lauderdale County defeated Whitesburg Christian. These are 2 teams that are synonymous with winning. Lauderdale County were they runner-up a couple years ago? I believe that's right. I think so.
Didn't they win a state championship like?
I think that's right. Yeah, but my point is, these are 2 teams that are synonymous with winning. I think this Lauderdale County team has shown improvement all year long. Coach Looney does a great job there, and they've shown a lot of improvement over the year. I think they're bolstered by really solid frontline arms. And again, pitching is going to keep you in any game. And I like this Lauderdale County team, but this Piedmont team has been a juggernaut all year long. They expect to win, as does Lauderdale County. Piedmont has won 25 of 31 games. It's not going to be it's not going to be as easy as it was last week. I can assure you that. Lauderdale County is a tough place to win. That is a great setting. I went to see Plainview and Lauderdale County there, I think 2 years ago. Man, those people get there early, get those lawn chairs. It's a little bit of an elevated seating where you're looking right down the field. It's a cool atmosphere. And I think that really plays into what Lauderdale County does. But I'm going to go with Piedmont to go on the road and get a big series win. I can very well see this one going 3 games, a little bit of an under the radar series, but I'm going to go Piedmont.
I'm going Lauderdale County.
I hear you.
Picked against them last week, and they proved me wrong. Picked Whitesburg Christian, but you said it. Lauderdale County seems like they're playing their best baseball. We saw them at the Small Town Showdown. Did well there, but seemed like they've only just continued to get better and have solidified their pieces, led by Jeremiah Hutchins, Curtis Ritter, Siler Parker, and they've got some other guys up and down that order who have been given solid contributions all year long, especially on the back end of the season. Give me Lauderdale County. I think I think you would quantify it as an upset, but in another, you mentioned it, Lauderdale County is a great atmosphere. I think that's another reason that pushed me a little bit more towards Lauderdale County getting an upset. So we'll see. But Piedmont County, you talked about it, 25-6. So they've been a juggernaut all season long. So would not be surprised to see this series go the other way.
I got to add one thing. I think this might be the biggest question. Can the Lauderdale County bat boy make amends for last week? Because I heard he got dominated.
Oh, really?
Yes, and that came from Lauderdale County. Yes.
Wow.
So can Lauderdale County's bat boy answer the bell this week?
Can you reveal your source for
head coach Corey Looney?
Who's the bat boy?
His son.
Oh, no. There you go. All right. Our final matchup in the North in Class 3A, you've got number 9 Phil Campbell going on the road to Oakman, who finished just outside the top 10. In our 3A poll, Phil Campbell sits at 23-12. Oakman sits at 22-13. How both of these teams got here, we'll take a look at Phil Campbell taking 2 out of 3 against Geraldine last week in a series that we had pegged could go either way, and certainly lived up to the billing going to 3 games. We'll look at their wins last week in that game 2, 13-3 win. Isaac Du Bois went 5 innings, gave up 2 earned runs, and struck out 5. He also added a 3 for 4 performance with 3 RBIs. Hagen Raper was 2 for 2 with 4 runs scored. Shooter Moats was 3 for 3 with 3 runs driven in. And Cody Sneed came on in a big pinch hit performance and added a double and 3 RBIs. So that forced the deciding game 3, where Phil Campbell was able to win 13-7 in that game 3 win for Phil Campbell. Chandler Benford went 7 innings, gave up just 1 earned run, and struck out 10. He also was 2 for 3 with a double and 4 RBIs with 2 walks at the plate. Jack Owens was also 2 for 3 with an RBI and 2 runs scored for Phil Campbell. Looking at Oakman, last week they swept Weaver 6-1 and 14-0 in 5 innings. In that game 1, 6-1 win, Brady Jones went 7 innings. He allowed just 2 hits, no earned runs, and 8 strikeouts. He also went 2 for 4 with an RBI. Hampton Hall had a big game 1. He went 3 for 5 with a double, a home run, and an RBI. He also scored twice. Ledger Martin was 2 for 4 with an RBI, while Eli Woodard added a double. In game 2, the 14-0 Mercy Rule win, Ethan Hendon went 5 innings going the distance, allowed just 4 hits, no runs, and struck out 8. He also added a double at the plate. Weston Burton was 2 for 2 and drove in 2 runs. Brady Jones was 2 for 3 with a double. He drove in 4 runs. Ethan Hutchinson was 2 for 2 with a triple. Skylar Driver was 2 for 2 with a pair of RBIs, and then Hampton Hall added to his game 1 performance. He drove in 3 runs in game 2. Oakman's a team who just, and credit to Coach Hall, he has continued to get better. They've continued to get better throughout the course of the season. They played, I think he gave us some grief. They played some 3 juggernauts in our small town. They played, they're supposed to play 4. They played 3, but they played 3 juggernaut schools in our small town showdown. And this is where you're paying the dividends for it. And Oakman has continued to get better all season long. We talked about it. They beat Winfield to punch their playoff ticket, a Winfield team that was ranked for the majority of the season. So Oakman comes in playing really well as of late. They'll be at home, but you got Phil Campbell, who has also played well down the stretch and ended the season inside our top 10. I'm going to go with Phil Campbell going on the road. I'm going to go with the Bobcats. I think that this is another series that could go either way. 2 tightly contested, 2 tightly, evenly matched teams in this 3A matchup, but I'm going to go with Phil Campbell ever so slightly.
I went with Oakman, and this was one where I sided with the home field. Oakman coming out of that tough 3A Area 10 says a lot. But you look at it, you mentioned it. You mentioned the starting pitching in both games for Phil Campbell. You mentioned the starting pitching in both games for Oakman. All 4 of those arms gave their club a chance to win the game, which they did. And, that's just good playoff baseball. These are similar teams. Both of them are playing the best they played all year right now. So that's why I went with Oakman, because they're at home. You mentioned it's a toss-up. It's an interesting matchup to follow. Give me Oakman. We'll split this pick in 3A. So that'll move us to the south of 3A, where our first matchup, you've got Providence Christian. They come in at 11-15, finished up right outside of our top 10. They will be at Thomasville. Thomasville also finished right outside of our top 10 after being ranked for the majority of the season. They come in at 19-8. Let's take a look at how these 2 teams got there. Man, you're talking about being pushed to the limit. Providence Christian, and this was a matchup. I think that I took T.R. Miller last week, and you took Providence, I believe. Or maybe – no, I think we both took Providence. Regardless, this series lived up to the hype as Providence was able to win both of these games 5-4 and 6-4, both of them in 8 innings. Let's look at game 1. Kingston Sims went 6 1/3, gave up 3 earned runs and struck out 12. Charlie Cannon got the win in relief. Again, he went an inning and 2/3, gave up no runs and struck out 1. Trevor Dillard, huge day at the plate, 4 for 5. Grayson Creel was 2 for 3 with that game-winning walk-off winner in the bottom of the 8th. And I failed to mention Kingston Sims with the bat as well, collected 3 hits with an RBI. So a big walk-off winner there in the bottom of the 8th for Grayson Creel to give them that 5-4 win. In game 2, Brooks Kennedy went 6 innings, gave up 3 hits and 11 strikeouts. Charlie Cannon got the win in relief. Again, another extra inning win. Charlie Cannon, 2 wins in the same day, pitching in extra innings. So Cannon went 2-0 on the day. He threw 2 innings in this game with 1 hit, no runs, and 1 strikeout. Trevor Dillard had 2 hits and 2 RBIs. Kingston Sims, once again, with 2 hits, and including a double and an RBI. JT Price, 2 hits and 2 runs scored. Jake Spann, 2 hits, including a double. Trevor Dillard. Now, you got to remember that Providence Christian was the visiting team in this in game 2. But Trevor Dillard, they were down with 2 outs in the top of the 7th. They were one out away from moving to game 3, but a 2-out single from Trevor Dillard tied up 4-4, where they then went on and scored 2 in the 8th on 2 walks to win in 2 games. So again, big moment there for Trevor Dillard, 2-out single in the 7th. You look at Thomasville. Thomasville defeated Hillcrest of Evergreen by 12-2 and 13-3 scores. Both of those were mercy rules in 5 innings. In game 1, Isaac Parton went all 5 innings, giving 1 earned run and struck out 10. He was also 2 for 2 with the plate. Zamarian Taylor, 2 for 3 with an RBI. Christian Draper, a double and 3 RBIs. And Ronald Johnson had a triple and 2 RBIs in that 12-2 win. In game 2, Christian Draper went 4 1/3, getting the win, striking out 6. He also collected 2 hits with a double and an RBI, while Coleman Pilkington was 2 for 3 with a double, scoring 4 times. Zamarian Taylor, once again, with the bat, 2 for 2 with an RBI. And Jude J had a double, and Braden Bradford also added a double and an RBI. Man, this is one that I went back and forth on. I like the competitiveness of Providence Christian. I mean, there is something for being in extra inning games. There's something for that. There's also something for being at home. Both of these teams are consistent winners on the 3A level. Both of them have been deep into the playoffs. Thomasville won it 2 years ago. Is that right? Was it 2 years ago? Yeah. Thomasville won it 2 years ago. This is although neither one of them are ranked, it's 2 quality teams. I'm going to go home team. Give me Thomasville this week slightly to pull off this win. And again, won't surprise me. Number 1, I expect 3 games. Number 2, I'm not going to be surprised at all if I'm wrong on this pick. But I'm going to go with Thomasville.
I'm going to go with Providence Christian. Okay. On the road here. Not even just, even last week they got pushed, to 2 extra inning games, 2 close games they're able to win. But even going back the week before, sweeping Wicksburg, I think was a big statement for me for Providence Christian. I saw Providence Christian earlier in the season. Brooks Kennedy is their guy on the mound and at the plate. Kingston Sims, a sophomore, has really, and you talked about it, his game 1 win last week, struck out 12 in 6 1/3. So they've got a really good 1-2 punch. And seems like they're showing the ability to generate some offense as well behind those guys. 2 different weeks last week. Providence Christian was able to win 2 close games. Thomasville kind of coasted to their series win, but expect this series to be very close. I'm going to go with Providence Christian, so we will split this matchup. Our next matchup, a series one of us plans to be at this week. We've got number 6 Thorsby going on the road to number 5 Lee Scott Academy. Thorsby comes in at 23-8, while Lee Scott is 22-8.
22-11. Yeah.
What'd I say?
22-8.
22-11. How both these teams got here? We'll start with Thorsby. Thorsby swept Childersburg last week, by scores of 5-0 and 13-3 in 6 innings. In game 1, Braylon Carroll went 7 innings. He gave up just 5 hits, no runs, and struck out 10. Jay Smitherman was 2 for 2 with a double and 2 RBIs. Haston Hodge, I think that's how it's pronounced. Apologies, Haston, if I mispronounce it. He was 2 for 3 with a run driven in game 1. And then in game 2, their 13-3 win in 6 innings. Cooper Gray went 6 innings. He gave up 1 earned run and 5 struck out 5. Max Burnett was 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs. Braylon Carroll was 2 for 4 with a double and 4 RBIs. Collier Price was 2 for 4 with a home run, a double, and 4 RBIs. JT Green was 2 for 4 with a double. Haston again was 2 for 3 with a double, and Manuel Castillo also added a double for Thorsby. For Lee Scott Academy last week, they swept St. James by scores of 4-1 and 4-2. And no surprise to see those low-scoring games for Lee Scott Academy with the pitching that they have. Lee Scott Academy in game 1 last week winning 4-1 over St. James. Braden Martin went 7 innings, going the distance, allowed just 1 earned run and struck out 8. Ethan Hardy was 2 for 2 with an RBI, and 5 other hitters had 1 hit apiece, so balanced attack up and down the order for the Warriors. In game 2, winning 4-2, Barrett Cook went 7 innings, giving up just 3 hits, no earned runs, and struck out 8. He was also 3 for 3 with a triple and 2 RBIs at the plate, while Griffin Gaston added a 2 for 3 performance with a double and 2 runs scored. I think I'm going to go with Lee Scott Academy. And just they used 2 pitchers last week. We've talked about, we think that the strength for Lee Scott is their pitching, and it's certainly showing here, especially last week in their first round matchup. Braden Martin is a pitchability left-handed pitcher, and has been good all year long. And then Barrett Cook is an arm that we're wanting to see, and we'll be able to see this week. He had a great outing last week, striking out 8. So you know what you're going to get on the mound, and then it's about scoring enough runs behind both of those arms. But Thorsby has been consistent all year long. They've been in and out of our top 10. They finished at number 6, which was the highest that they've been all year long. So excited to be at this series. I will go with Lee Scott, especially being at home. I'm going to go with the Warriors in a what's going to be a really exciting series.
I'm going to go Lee Scott as well, but I do think that runs will be at a premium this week. You look at Lee Scott gave up 3 in 2 games last week. Thorsby gave up none in game 1 and 3 in game 2. I think runs are going to be at a premium, and I think that you may see some small ball, because I think both coaches probably understand you're not going to score 8, 9, or 10 runs off of either any of the arms that go out this week. So I think you may see some small ball generating some runs. Maybe the first 1 to 3 or 4 wins each game. I don't know, but I'm going to go Lee Scott as well. I think that pitching has just been consistent all year long. But then I think this is a strength versus strength. I mean, we talked about Thorsby's arms, but Thorsby put up some impressive offensive numbers last week. But again, one of us will be here. We're going to draw straws on who goes to that, and we'll see who's there. But one of us plans to be there. But we're both going to go Lee Scott. Moving right along to our next matchup, another ranked matchup. This is a top 8 matchup. You've got AHSAA. They finished the season ranked number 7 with a 26-7 record. They're on the road at Altamont. This is 7 versus 8. Altamont finished 8. They were ranked all year, I believe. They come in at 14-11 after playing a grueling schedule all year long. AHSAA dominated Dallas County last week, winning game 1 18-0 in 3 innings, and winning in game 2 13-2. In that game 1 win, Holden Stacy went all 3 innings, gave up 1 hit, no earned runs, and 6 strikeouts. Trent Williams was 2 for 3 with a double and 3 RBIs. JP Norris was 2 for 2 with a home run and a double with 2 RBIs. And Lane White also added a double for that 18-0 victory. In game 2, Trent Williams got the win, going 4 innings, did not give up a hit, did not give up a run, and struck out 6. He also was collected 2 doubles in 5 at-bats with 3 RBIs and a run scored. Caden Chandler was 2 for 3 with a double and 2 RBIs, while Holden Stacy, after that game 1 win on the bump, he added 3 RBIs in game 2. They will be on the road at Altamont. Altamont is coming off a sweep of Hale County, winning 5-4 and 16-5 in game one. Aubrey Sanders went complete game, going all 7 innings, allowing 1 earned run on 6 strikeouts. And it was a really balanced attack. They really didn't have multiple hitters, didn't have any players with multiple hits. Had 4 players had a single, and Nolan Connor added 2 RBIs in that 5-4 win in game one. In game two, Cruz Canil went 5 2/3 on the mound, gave up 4 hits and struck out 10. Kylan Floyd went 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs. Aiden Owens, big left-handed bat, went 2 for 4 with a triple and an RBI. Aubrey Sanders, after the masterful pitching performance in game one, was 2 for 4 with 3 runs driven in, also scoring 2. And Nolan Connor added another RBI with a double and 3 hits while scoring 2 runs as well. Man, listen, this is another one, and I think I've said this for about the 5th or 6th time. This is a toss-up to me. Again, we've got them ranked 7th and 8th. Coming into this matchup, so it should be a good series. I was sort of torn on which way to go, and I guess maybe I'm doing Excel a disservice because I've seen Altamont, and that 1 through about 5 in their lineup at the top can really swing it. Sanders and Cruz Canil give them a really solid 1-2 punch on the bump there, as does Stacy and Williams for Excel. But you go back to, all of the intangibles and all the variables that you talk about. I like that home field advantage. Give me Altamont to squeak by Excel in a really good 3A series to follow this coming weekend.
I like Excel. I'm going to go with Excel going on the road here, led by Trent Williams, really good uncommitted 2026 player. You rolled through the other guys as well, but Trent Williams has been a key cog for Excel. 26 and 7, they've had a great season going, on the road you've been to Altamont, and going against a really offensive Altamont team. So we'll see if they're able to slow down their bats, but I'll go with Excel, and we'll split this one. Our last matchup, you've got top-ranked Glenwood going on the road to face Wicksburg. Wicksburg team who finished just outside the top 10. Glenwood comes in at 26 and 7, while Wicksburg sits at 17 and 8. How both these teams got here? Glenwood last week swept Montgomery Academy in a pair of Mercy Rule games. They won 14-4 in game 1 and 19-5 in game 2. In game 1, Cooper Favors went 5 innings. He gave up 3 hits, struck out 5, and this was a series that I was at last week. And Cooper Favors is throws strikes, sinks the ball well in the low 80s. So he gives them a chance each time he goes out. Cal Lawrence was 2 for 4. Andrew Wilkinson had a big day at the plate. He was 2 for 3 with a double, a home run, and 5 RBIs. And those are the performers from that 14-4 Mercy Rule win in 5 innings. In game 2, Red English got the win. Sophomore went 4 2/3 and struck out 7. Carter Judah was 2 for 4 with an RBI. Cam Dawson was also 2 for 4 with an RBI. Hudson Campbell went 2 for 5 with a double and 2 RBIs. Cal Lawrence was 3 for 3 with a double and an RBI. Kay Cox was 2 for 4 with a double and an RBI. Trey Clarity was 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs. And then Sawyer Moss late in that game hit a 3-run home run and finished with 4 RBIs. For Wicksburg last week, they went on the road and beat a ranked Cottage Hill Christian team. Big win for Wicksburg last week. They in game 1 they won 10-5, and then in game 2 won 5-2. In game 1, that 10-5 victory, it was tied going to the top of the 7th at 5-5. Wicksburg scored 5 in the top of the 7th to claim that game 1 victory. Some of those notable performers from that game: Gage Carter was 2 for 4 with an RBI and 2 runs scored. Colt Dickerson was 3 for 4, scored twice. Michael Bird was 3 for 4 with an RBI. Christian Morris was 2 for 3 with a pair of RBIs. Jackson Atwell added a triple, and Seth Williams on the mound went 7 innings, gave up just 6 hits, 1 earned run, and struck out 8. He also added a triple at the plate for Wicksburg. In that game 2 win, winning 5-2 over Cottage Hill Christian, John Michael Mordecai, a key cog for them, has been an experienced player for them. He went 7 innings, gave up just 4 hits, 2 earned runs, struck out 7, and then had a big day at the plate as well for them. He was 4 for 4 and scored twice. And then behind him had multiple players who generated offense, had multiple players that had a single for Wicksburg. I saw Glenwood last week, and it was my second time seeing Glenwood. And, last year's 3A state champion, Glenwood was very impressed with Glenwood. They can really swing it. They small ball. They're not afraid to bunt. If they get a leadoff runner on or a leadoff runner at second, they like to bunt. But they can also run the ball of the ballpark. They've got some big time bats in the middle of their order. They've got depth on the mound. Cooper Favors and Red English were solid last week. But the competition continues to rise. Wicksburg getting a big win on the road last week at Cottage Hill Christian, and showing the ability to win in late close game situations. But I'm going to go with Glenwood here. It's tough to go against them, especially seeing them last week. I thought they were very impressive last week, especially offensively. I'm going to go with the Gators to continue their run of potentially defending their 3A state championship.
Yeah, I'm going to go Glenwood as well. But, it's going to be more difficult on the road, and it's going to be more difficult because it's a higher quality opponent. I know that last week, we talked about that Wicksburg and Cottage Hill Christian matchup, and I think we both took Wicksburg on the road.
I took Cottage Hill.
Okay, all right. I took Wicksburg, and that shows what we think. What I guess I think of Wicksburg. Sorry, Austin. I'm joking, but no, we both think Wicksburg is a very good team. I mean, and it's going to be a fight. It's going to be a quality matchup. But again, Glenwood is just, Glenwood has done what we sort of expected them to do this year, coming off that state championship, and their players, their players again this year, no doubt about it. But again, it's going to continue to get tougher and tougher beginning this week, but we're both going to go Glenwood. So now we'll jump into 4A. And again, as always, we're starting in the north on the left side of the bracket. In 4A, our first matchup, you've got Fayette County. They finished right outside the top 10. They come in with a record of 19-14. They are on the road at Alexandria, who finished ranked number 6. I think it's their highest ranking of the season, with a 24-10 record. Alexandria is another one when we get to them that we did not have a game changer, so I had to go to Etowah's to get it. So if there's any issues from the Alexandria people, please let us know. There's a reason they didn't have a game changer. But let's go back to Fayette County. They swept Dora 15-0 and 13-0 in 2 Mercy Rule games, dominated Dora. In game 1, Braden Unger went 5 innings, a complete game win with 6 hits, no runs, no walks, while striking out 9. He also had 2 hits. He also added 2 hits, including a home run and a double with a run driven in at the plate. Josiah Stowe was 2 for 3 with a double and triple with 3 RBIs and 2 runs scored. And Brady Stocks and Jake Rickman also added doubles in that 15-0 win. In game 2, Wyatt Wallace, another complete game win for Fayette County, went 6 innings, gave up 2 hits, no runs, and 7 strikeouts. Parker Lindsay added 2 hits, one being a double with 4 runs driven in. And Jeremiah Stowe back on it with a double, as was Josiah Stowe. So Jeremiah and Josiah Stowe each had doubles in that game 2 victory. As I mentioned, they are on the road at Alexandria. Alexandria won a series last week that we highlighted over a very dangerous Etowah team. They defeated Etowah 10-4 in game 1, and then were able to win game 2 by a score of 3-2. In game 1, Sawyer Coggins went 5 2/3 innings. He gave up 4 earned runs and struck out 5. Cooper Smith had 2 hits with 2 RBIs. Emmett Waldrop was 2 for 3 with a double and an RBI, while Weston Haynes was 2 for 3 with an RBI as well. In game 2, in that 3-2 win, it wasn't like a walk-off hit or anything. It wasn't like a walk-off knock later. They led throughout. But in game 2, Emmett Waldrop went 6 innings, gave up 3 hits and no earned runs. He also struck out 6. And as I mentioned, they had 4 players. With singles in that game, in that contest. Listen, this is 2 winning programs, and I don't mean baseball programs. These are winning athletic programs where winning is important, sports is important at both of these places. I think Alexandria, we've talked about them the last 3 or 4 weeks of the season. This is a team that has gotten much better throughout the course of the year. This is a very, very young team as well. You better get used to seeing Alexandria's name over the next few years, because these players are only going to get better and better and better. But I think they hold serve at home this week. I think Alexandria gets the win and advances to next week's Elite Eight.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Alexandria. I picked Etowah last week, and Alexandria was able to sweep that series. So Alexandria, give me the Valley Cubs. But we talked about Fayette County last week. We both picked Fayette County. They play solid baseball. Alexandria, another reason too. You've been to it, I haven't. But those playoff environments in Alexandria are tough to beat, and so give me the Valley Cubs as well to get us started here in 4A. Our next matchup, you've got number 10 Central Florence going on the road to Plainview. Plainview team who finished just outside the top 10 in our final 4A poll. Central Florence sits at 23-12. Plainview is 18-12. How both these teams got here: Central Florence swept West Morgan 11-5 and 16-6 in 6 innings. In that 11-5 victory, Reed Bruce went 7 innings, gave up 5 hits, 1 earned run, and struck out 5. He also added a 3-run homer. Elijah Lambert was 2 for 5, drove in 2 runs. Cody Wilcoxon, Mason Myers both had multi-hit performances, while Clark Melvin and Colin Barnes both had a double and drove in runs at the plate. In Game 2, winning 16-6, Cole Wilcoxon went on the mound and delivered 6 innings, a complete game win, gave up 3 earned runs and struck out 3. He also was 2 for 4 with 4 RBIs offensively. Lucas Price was 2 for 4 and drove in a pair of runs. Brock Price was 3 for 3 with a pair of doubles and 3 RBIs. And then Colin Barnes, again in Game 2, was 3 for 4 with a pair of doubles and 4 RBIs. For Plainview last week, they swept Randolph 10-7 and 7-2. In Game 1, Creek Johnson went 5 innings, got the win on the mound. He also added a home run and 3 RBIs. Braden Lingerfelt was 2 for 3 with a triple and an RBI and scored 3 times. And then Riley Bannister was 2 for 3 and drove in a run. In Game 2, Braden Lingerfelt, after his triple and RBI in Game 1, he went 7 innings on the mound, gave up 3 hits, 1 earned run, struck out 11, and added a home run and 3 RBIs. Riley Bannister, again, was 2 for 3 with a pair of RBIs, and then Parker Gonder added a double for Plainview as well. I looked at this matchup and can make cases for both teams. Plainview last week, Randolph had a great year, and for Plainview to go on the road last week and sweep Randolph was noteworthy and a good statement win for Plainview. But then you look at Central Florence, got off to a really good start, kind of struggled a bit down in the middle part of the season, but since then have picked it up and have played a really good brand of baseball over the back half of the season and was able to finish second in that tough 5-team area over Brooks. Central Florence, I think, made it to the Elite Eight last year, had a good run. I'm going to go with Central Florence. A lot of proven commodities from that team last year, led by Reed Bruce. But they'll be on the road at a tough place to play at Plainview. Give me Central Florence, though, to take 2 out of 3.
Yeah, Plainview is a cool place, man, if you've never been there. It'll be a very good atmosphere. You mentioned, Central Florence having to qualify to that very tough area we've talked about numerous times with Brooks and Deschler and the other schools there. Plainview, there's no shame in finishing runner-up to Madison County in that area as well. But I like you, man. I think Central Florence is under the radar. Might be a wrong term to use, but it's a team, we've got ranked 10th that very well could be ranked higher. That's a team to continue to follow. And that's a team that could play for a while. And as could Plainview, but I think we're both going to go Central here. I think there's some validity to having to come out of that tough area. So we're both going to go with Central Florence. Our next matchup, man, I don't know that it's the series of the week in the entire state, because you've got some mega matchups across the board, but this is definitely a top 3 matchup in the state. And again, Austin mentioned it earlier. We're not coaches. And so we're able to look ahead. You know, we can look ahead. And this was one that we pegged when the brackets came out, that if they both win in the first round, it sets up a mega matchup in game 2. And that is number 2, Westbrook Christian. They come in at 20-9, a number 2 state ranking. They will be on the road at number 3, Madison County. The Tigers are at 28-4. I believe all 4 of their losses have come to 6 and 7A ranked team, or 6 and 7A classed teams. I could be wrong there. I know Hazel Green, Athens, and again, regardless, 28-4 record is
Athens
impressive.
Twice, Russellville,
that's right. And okay. Yep.
And Hazel Green.
Right. And Hazel Green. So 3 of their 4 losses have come to 6A teams. Westbrook Christian swept Cherokee County last week 4-0 and 10-0 in 6 innings. I have seen both of these teams. Very impressed with both of these teams. In game 1, Emmett Daniel, a recent Gadsden State commit, went 7 innings, complete game, win, allowed 1 hit, no runs, no walks, and struck out 12. Jacob Maples, big day at the plate with 3 hits and 3 at-bats with a double and an RBI. And Brooks Whiteside had a double and an RBI as well. In game 2, Brody Johnson, shortstop, third baseman, right-handed pitcher, going to Shelton State. Brody Johnson went 6 innings, complete game, gave up 2 hits, no runs, no walks, 8 Ks. He also added a double and 3 RBIs. Brady Carden, 2 for 4 with a home run and 2 RBIs, 2 runs scored. Will Chadwick, 3 for 3 with 2 doubles and 3 RBIs. And Brody Blevins also added a triple. You look at Madison County, they swept Pope John Paul last week. They defeated them 14-4 in 6 innings and then won 11-0 in 7. In game 1, Jace Duckett, the Alabama recruit, went 4 2/3 innings. He gave up a hit on 7 strikeouts. Connor Drake, Northwest Shoals commit, 2 for 3 with an RBI and 2 runs scored. Matthew Thornton was 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs. Bryce Sanders was 3 for 4 with a double, 2 RBIs. Ryan Putman was 3 for 3 with a double. Listen to this. Ryan Putman, 3 for 3 with a double, triple, and a home run with 2 RBIs. And then Levi Cooper and Jace Duckett both added doubles in that game 1 win. In game 2, Eli Cantor went 5 innings, getting the win, giving up 1 hit, no runs and 4 strikeouts. Matthew Thornton was 3 for 4 with the triple. Bryce Sanders, 3 for 4 with 2 home runs and a double and 3 RBIs. Connor Drake had a double, as did Jackson Hastings. Man, there's talent all over the place on both of these teams. You look at what really stands out to me is you look at Westbrook Christian, Emmett Daniel and Brody Johnson combined for 13 innings on the mound, gave up 3 hits, no walks, and 20 strikeouts. You flip it over to Madison County. You got 9.2 innings of pitching there. They gave up 2 hits, 11 strikeouts. Listen, this is going to be an elite series. Again, I've seen both of these teams. Very impressed with both of them. Both of them are very well coached. I don't think they're going to beat themselves. I've talked all year about how good Madison County is. I think we started them out number 3. They've been in the top 3 all year long. Westbrook Christian in the top half of our rankings all year long. This is just a collision course that we could see happening when we saw how the brackets could possibly play out. Man, I could go either way here, but I'm going to go with the Warriors of Westbrook Christian. I just think that there's depth on the mound. I think there's depth offensively. When I saw them against Etowah, man, I loved their offensive approach. Numerous singles and doubles to the backside gap, and that's what you love to see if you enjoy hitting. You flip it over, Madison County, again, I mean, it's hard to go against the number 3 team in the state, but these are just 2 elite teams in 4A going at it, and had to make a pick. I just like a little bit more depth from Westbrook Christian. It pains me to have to pick against either one of these teams, but I'm going to go with Westbrook Christian.
Yeah, and it's whoever wins this series, you don't get a week off next week. If it all plays out, I mean, either way, obviously. But yeah, you built it up. This is a big time series. Maybe the biggest series of the week. I'm going to go Westbrook Christian as well. Just a gut feel. Duckett is obviously one of the top pitchers in the state from that angle, left-handed pitcher, upper 80s. And it's going to be that's a tough matchup. If you're Westbrook Christian, you don't win that one. You've still Jace Duckett's beat a lot of people this year. But if you don't win that one, you got to find a way to win 2 of those games. I'm going Westbrook Christian here. Just like I said, just a gut feel, and we'll see how it plays out. They'll be on the road. It'll be a tough environment, but we'll both go Westbrook Christian, and we may pay for it next week. Our next matchup, final one in the North in 4A, you've got top-ranked Deschler going on the road to Cordova, who finished just outside the top 10. Deschler sits at 34-6, while Cordova is 22-7. How both these teams got here: Deschler swept Good Hope last week. In game 1, Dylan Olive fired a 7-inning complete game effort. He gave up 3 hits, no earned runs, and struck out 4. George Youngblood was 2 for 4 with the double, while Jay Murner and Price Thornton both had doubles as well. In game 2, that 3-2 win, Garrett Reed, Sanford recruit, went 7 innings, giving up 7 hits, 1 earned run, and struck out 9. Dylan Olive, after his strong outing on the mound in game 1, was 2 for 4 with an RBI, and Brady McKinney had a triple. For Cordova last week, they defeated Hamilton in 2 out of 3 games. They won game 1 14-7, dropped game 2 10-3, and won 10-9 in game 3 in 8 innings. In game 1, winning 14-7, Caleb Kilpatrick went 6 innings, struck out 4. Chesley Harbison had 3 hits with 2 RBIs and 3 runs scored. Jace Kaiser was 3 for 5 with a triple and 2 doubles and 3 RBIs. Jackson Stacks was 3 for 5 with 3 RBIs. And then Lucas Vance was 2 for 5 and scored twice. They lost 10-3 in game 2, and then in game 3, won 10-9 in 8 innings. They scored 3 in the bottom of the 8 after trailing 9-7 after Hamilton scored 2 runs in the top of the 8th. Cordova rallied with 3 runs in the bottom half of the 8th. Chesley Harbison had a big was 3 for 4. With a triple and an RBI, scored 3 times. Lucas Vance was 2 for 5 with a pair of RBIs and had the walk-off base hit in the bottom of the 8th. Dylan Williams was 2 for 3 and scored a run, while Carson Mote and Copper Molman had a double. Yeah, maybe a typo, maybe Cooper.
Yeah, could be a typo on my part. Yeah.
So Cordova was able to win last week in dramatic fashion, walking it off in game 3. But again, the competition ramps up this week. We've talked about Deschler all year long with their pitching depth and offensive stability and balanced attack. Give me Deschler to go on the road to Cordova, a team that Cordova we may not have given, maybe a team that's under the radar throughout the season. They have an impressive 22-7 record. But I'm going to go with the defending state champs, Deschler, who are continuing, who can hope to continue their journey to defend their 4A state championship.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Deschler as well. I mean, we've had them pegged all year long. They've been it's Copper. It's Copper. I had to make sure I didn't mess that up. Yes, it is Copper Molman. Yeah, I like Deschler here as well. Again, we talked about that Cordova Hamilton series last week. It lived up to the billing, going 3 games, extra innings in game 3. You've already mentioned that. Listen, Deschler, again, we talked about Madison County and Westbrook. I also think that Deschler in what turned out to be their area when they won the area against Brooks. That's a very impressive group. Obviously, they won the state championship last year, returned just about all pieces from last year. Their arms are deep. 1 through 9, there's not an easy punch out in the lineup. I'm going to go Deschler. Obviously, like Cordova, picked them last week against Hamilton. But again, I'm gonna go Deschler. I think they're the team to beat in 3A, and I don't mean I say they're going to win it, but they've been number 1 just about every week except for about 2 or 3 weeks during the season. And that was early, but I'm going to go Deschler as well to get the win this week against a quality Cordova team. So move us to the South. Where our first matchup, you've got number 5 Op.
Halfway done.
What's that?
We're halfway done.
Halfway done. We got to speed this bad boy up. All right. You got Op 23-6. They will be on the road at Bayside Academy. Op is number 5. Bayside Academy finished right outside of our top 10. They're at 19-15 overall. Op defeated Geneva 20-5 in 5 innings and won 13-7, scoring 35 runs over the course of 2 games. In game 1, Porter Nelson went 5 innings, complete game win, giving up 5 hits, no runs, and 4 strikeouts. Baylor Turman was 2 for 3 with a double, 2 RBIs. Will Jackson was 3 for 4 with an RBI. Luke Sanders, 3 for 3 with a double and 3 RBIs. And Grady Patterson added a double and 4 RBIs. In game 2, Dawson Peacock went 3 innings, getting the win, giving up 3 earned runs, allowing 3 hits and 2 strikeouts. He also added an RBI on 2 hits. Baylor Turman, again, 2 for 4 with an RBI. Will Jackson, a double and 3 RBIs. And Grady Patterson added a double as they swept Geneva. Bayside Academy won a very interesting series, and one that we pegged last week as an interesting series over W.S. Neal. In game 1, they were able to win 9-4. Wyatt Williams went 6 innings on the mound. Got the win, giving up 3 hits on 2 earned runs and 4 strikeouts. Noah Kane had 3 hits, including 3 RBIs. Will Pettis had 3 hits with 3 RBIs. Bo Anderson had a double, as did Will Allen. So they won game 1 9-4. They dropped game 2 7-4 in 13 innings. And this is the one that did they have to complete it? No.
Yeah, that was that game stopped at midnight.
Midnight.
The 12th.
Yeah, they had to. That game stopped in the 12th at midnight, and they had to finish it on Saturday, which they finished it in 13 innings. Or was it Saturday or Friday? Can't remember.
They had rain the next morning and they started like 5.
That's right. That's exactly right. So W.S. Neal was able to win that second game 7-4 in 13 innings, which forced a deciding winner-take-all game 3, where Bayside was able to win 12-7. It was tied up 7-7 through 7 innings, where Bayside erupted for 5 runs in the 8th. Will Allen got the win in relief. He tossed the last 2 innings, giving up 2 hits and no runs while striking out 3. He was also 2 for 4 at the plate. 8th grader Cooper Mason, hitting out of the leadoff spot, collected 2 hits, including a double. Noah Kane was 2 for 5 with a home run. Run in the 8th inning. It was a laser right over the center field fence. I think it was in the 8th. He also added a double and 4 RBIs. Will Fitzhugh was 2 for 4. Wyatt Williams was 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Amos McDaniel had a double, and Eli Boswell was 2 for 4 with the double and an RBI.
It was Bayside was up. Bayside was down 6-5. W.S. Neal was up 6-5. Bottom, top of the 7th. Down to their last 2 outs. Noah Kane hit a 2-out home run in the top of the 7th to give them the lead, and the W.S. Neal tied it up in the bottom half. That's
right. Yeah. So my apologies there to Noah Kane and the Bayside people there. But again, he did hit that 2-out home run there, an electric moment. This is 2 evenly matched teams. Bayside came out of that tough area we've talked about out of the South, finished runner-up to Orange Beach, really tough area. Op has just been a juggernaut all year at 23-6, being ranked, all year long in the heart of our poll. Man, this is another toss-up. Being at home says a lot for Bayside Academy. They're playing very well right now, getting contributions up and down that lineup, and getting, they showed their pitching depth, having to go 28 innings over 3 games. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 4 full games. If you look at 28 innings, they're showing that pitching depth. Not really comfortable with this pick, but I'm going to go Op just simply for their body of work. Again, Bayside, no disrespect to you, come out of that tough area. I like this Bayside Academy team, but I just think there's something with Op going on. Give me Op to advance this week.
Yeah, I'm going to take Op too. They've been strong all year long. Bayside Academy, though, has come on as of late, finishing above St. Michael and Satsuma in that area, and forcing that game 3 in the area championship with Orange Beach. And there's just, like you said, something to be said for playing in those tight games with your back against the wall on the road. late in the playoffs in a game 3. Bayside Academy has already been able to do that, so we'll see if that pays dividends. Being at home helps, but I'm going to go. I'm going to go with Opp as well to move on to the next round. Our next matchup, you've got number 8 Trinity Presbyterian going on the road to number 7 Oak Grove. Trinity Presbyterian sits at 20-10, while Oak Grove is at 21-12. How both these teams got here last week: Trinity swept West Blockton 16-3 in 5 innings and 12-0. In game 1, PJ Shelton fired 5 innings, gave up 2 earned runs, and struck out 7 while going 3 for 4 with an RBI at the plate. Mason Hawkins went 2 for 4. Lance Sharpless was 3 for 4 with a triple, double, and 4 RBIs, while Brandon Boswell was 2 for 3 with a pair of doubles. And then in the game 2, 12-0 win, Mason Hawkins went 6 innings, gave up 3 hits, no runs, and struck out 5. Freshman Lance Sharpless was once again back at it, going 2 for 5 with a double and 3 RBIs. And then PJ Shelton was 2 for 4, drove in a run, and then John Allen Schroll was 3 for 4 with a double and an RBI. For Oak Grove last week, they swept Hanley 10-0 in 6 innings and 9-3. In game 1, Wiley Hicks went 6 innings, gave up no runs, and struck out 5. Dalton Troncalli was a perfect 2 for 2 with the triple and an RBI. Brock Tuggle was 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs, and then Dalton Bergeron and Brawley Burns both had multi-hit performances and drove in a run. In game 2, where they won 9-3, Ryan Foster threw 3 1/3 innings, gave up 1 earned run, and struck out 3. Wiley Hicks was 2 for 4 with a double and a pair of RBIs. Dalton Troncalli again was 2 for 3 and drove in a run. Jacob Burr was 2 for 3, and Brawley Burns drove in 2 runs and a 2 for 4 performance. These are 2 teams, again, who are accustomed to playing deep into the playoffs. Trinity Presbyterian has a strong tradition of success in baseball. They won the state. They made it to the state finals 4 years ago, Fleming Hall's freshman year. Oak Grove had a great year last year, made the semifinals, came up just short. Have seemed to continue their momentum into this year. I'm going to go Trinity. Give me the Wildcats to go on the road. I saw them 2 weeks ago. They're playing really well. Lance Sharpless, the freshman, doesn't play like a freshman. He's really a big piece for them. PJ Shelton is a strong game 1 arm for them, and they're getting contributions up and down the order. I'm going to go with Trinity.
I'm going to go Trinity as well, and it's just hard to pick against Oak Grove, but this is, again, we've got 7 versus 8. This is a toss-up. Oak Grove, that's a good atmosphere at home. They're at home this week. I don't know. I just think I followed Trinity the last couple of weeks, and I just think that I think there's something about them right now. I think they're carrying themselves, expecting to win. Same thing from Oak Grove. You've talked about the success for both of these teams, but I'm gonna go Trinity. I can't tell you why. I just have a feel here. Very well could be wrong. I do want to give a little shout out to Mason Hawkins, recent commit, Coastal Alabama South. Let us know that. So congratulations to him, and I'm sure he wants to get a win this week as well. So again, 7 versus 8 can go either way. The next matchup, you've got right outside the top 10, you've got Houston Academy. They come in at 19-10. They will be on the road at Munford. Munford also sits right outside the top 10 with a 14-10 record. How they got here, Houston Academy beat New Brockton 7-0 and 8-6. In game 1, Ty Morris went 7 innings, gave up 3 hits, no runs, no walks, struck out 6. He also collected 2 hits, a double, and an RBI at the plate. Whit Price was 2 for 4 with an RBI. Brody Connor was 2 for 3 with a double and an RBI. Cooper West added 2 RBIs as well. In game 2, Ty Morris had a triple and 2 RBIs. Hudson Milanowski was 2 for 3 at the plate, also with 2 walks. He came in late to get the save, throwing the last 2 innings of that 8-6 win. Gave up no hits, no runs, no walks with a strikeout. Whit Price had a hit and an RBI, as did Brody Connor. So that's how Houston Academy got there. Munford defeated Pleasant Grove last week by scores of 13-1 and 17-4. In game 1, Landon Gallagher went 5 innings, gave up 2 hits, 1 run, no walks, with 13 strikeouts. He also added a double and a home run at the plate to go with 4 RBIs. Braylon Stewart was 3 for 4 with 2 doubles and 4 runs driven in. Bryson Cooper was 2 for 3 with 2 RBIs. DJ Hales was 2 for 2 with a double and an RBI. And then in that 17-4 win in game 2, BJ Anderson was 2 for 3 with a home run and 5 RBIs. Braden Nichols was 3 for 3 with 2 doubles and 3 runs driven in. He also went 5 innings on the mound, did not give up an earned run, and struck out 9. Braden has had a very good year this year as a two-way guy. Cage Champion was 2 for 3 with 4 RBIs, and Bryson Cooper again was 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs, giving him 5 RBIs on the day for Cooper. This is, again, a non-ranked matchup, 2 teams that we've got ranked right outside of our top 10. I'm going to side with Houston Academy. I may be wrong. I may be wrong this week because this Munford team is you heard they're getting production all up and down the lineup, multiple hits from multiple players up and down that lineup. But I'm going to go with Houston Academy. And part of that is because I got a little bit of an indirect call out last week by picking against Houston Academy. I got a little indirect call out last week. So I'm going to go with Houston Academy and try my luck and see if I can be on, see if maybe I'm on the winning side this week. May not be. Again, Munford, quality team at home. It's going to be a tough atmosphere, but I'm going to go with Houston Academy.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Houston Academy as well. Again, 2 evenly matched teams. Both are outside the top 10. Followed them all year long. They both have pretty similar records. Houston Academy, Ty Morris had a big season, or big spring, and has had a big season last week, and have had some other pieces up and down that order. Harrison Milanowski, too, as a two-way player. I'm going to go with Houston Academy. New Brockton last week had a great record coming into the playoffs, and Houston Academy being able to sweep them was impressive. But Munford as well, Gallagher had a big week last week. Braden Nichols, we know how good he is, so we'll see how it unfolds. But we will both go Houston Academy. Our final matchup in Class 4A, you have number 4 Bibb County going on the road to number 9 Orange Beach. Bibb County enters at 20-11, while Orange Beach sits at 21-15. Looking at both these teams, how they got here last week for Bibb County, we have Bibb County lost game 1 to Tallahassee 4-2, and turned around in game 2, won 2-0, and then won the deciding game 3 9-5. In game 2, where they won 9-0, Ethan McMillan went 7 innings, giving up just 2 hits, no runs, and struck out 8. Braden Cash had a double in a 2-for-4 performance. Dylan Cornegay was 2 for 3 with an RBI, and Rylan Lopez added 2 hits. In game 3, Cage Watkins went the distance in a 7-inning performance. He gave up 7 hits, struck out 7, and went 3 for 4 with a double and an RBI. Ethan McMillan also added a double with 2 hits, and Rylan Lopez again was 2 for 4 with an RBI. For Orange Beach last week, they swept Jackson at home, winning 12-0 in 5 innings and 20-1 in 4 innings. In game 1, Campbell Tillman, freshman, went 5 innings, gave up 1 hit, no runs, and struck out 5. Ben Pugh was 2 for 3 with a double and 2 RBIs, and Colton Boyd had a big day with 3 for 4, 2 doubles, a home run, and 4 RBIs to win 12-0. And then in game 2, with a 20-1 victory, in 4 innings, Ben Pugh got the ball and went 4 innings, gave up 3 hits, 1 earned run, and struck out 4. He also added a double at the plate. Colton Boyd continued his strong series. He went 2 for 3 and scored 3 times. Ward Hickman was 2 for 3 with a double and 3 RBIs, and Braden Hood was a perfect 3 for 3, scored 4 times, and drove a run in. These are 2, obviously, a top 10 battle, top 10 showdown in Class 4A at Orange Beach. It'll be will be a great series. Braden Cash throwing game 1, and then the guys behind Cash with Ethan McMillan and Cage Watkins, both of those guys throwing complete game wins last week to push Bibb County over Tallahassee. I'm going to go. It's tough to go against Orange Beach, especially being at home. I'm gonna go with Bibb County here. I like the 1, 2, 3. Both of these teams have good pitching depth on both sides. For whatever reason, I'm going to go with Bibb County here. to go on the road. Both of these teams have played a tough schedule. They're battle tested. This will be an evenly matched series. I'll go Bibb County.
You said for whatever reason you're going to go Bibb County. I'm going to say this. For whatever reason, I'm going to go Orange Beach. This is I don't know why. I mean, I could very easily go Bibb County. I'm sure you could very easily go Orange Beach. Bibb County, with showing some depth in their arms. You mentioned Cash, McMillan, and Watkins being pushed to game 3. Orange Beach cruised last week, with that dominant performance over Jackson. I'm sure, that Coach Hoyle and everybody has told them, that's over with. You're not going to see another team like that, and that starts this week. Orange Beach can bang it around the park a little bit, but, probably not going to be able to just bang it around the park all probably not going to be able to do it. Let's see here.
Gotta go look at that.
Oh, man. Oh, that's awesome. Orange Beach is probably not going to bang it around the yard, just consistently this week because of the quality arms they're going to face. But Orange Beach can also pitch it a little bit as well. And I think maybe that home field and maybe just that offensive production from Orange Beach is what pushed me over the top. I think this is a good one for the two of us to split. You're going to go Bibb County. I'm going to go Orange Beach there. Again, another top 10 matchup in 4A, which wraps us up. So, man, we're getting texts from people out having lunch, listening to the podcast. That's awesome, man. I think they're at your favorite place, aren't they, or not?
You got that salad. See if I can see a salad bar in the background. No, it's not.
No, okay, it's not. It's not. All right. But anyway, man, they're out to eat while we're just working at 2 hours and 25 minutes, man. So we'll get to 5A. Man, our first matchup, team right outside the top 10, Sipsey Valley comes in at 16-18. They will be on the road at Moody, who comes in at number 9. Moody comes in with a record of 23-7. And let me just say that Sipsey Valley has really turned some heads this year. We've talked about that 5A area, how strong it was that they were in. And then for them to beat a very good Leeds team last week, man, that speaks volumes for Sipsey Valley. They are on the road this week, but let's look at what happened last week. They did defeat Leeds 12-0 in 5 innings in game 1. J.L. Hooper went 5 innings, gave up 3 hits, no runs, did not walk anyone, and struck out 7. He also had 2 doubles at the plate with 2 RBIs. And then Hayden Davis was 3 for 3 with 2 doubles and an RBI as well. So again, Sipsey Valley, that's going on the road and beating that Green Wave team. I know there was a lot of chatter on some of our social media about how Leeds was going to make a deep run. That's an impressive win from Sipsey Valley. They turned around in game 2. Kingston Truell went 3 innings pitched, gave up no hits, no runs, 4 strikeouts in relief, getting the win. He also went 2 for 3 at the plate. And then Hayden Davis, again, 2 for 3 at the plate with a double. He went 4 innings, gave up 2 hits, 3 runs, and 3 strikeouts. So Hayden Davis, really 2 good games there as Sipsey Valley went on the road at Leeds and got an impressive win. Moody defeated Corner by a score of 8-4 and 5-3. In game 1, it was tied 4-4, and Moody was able to score 4 in the top of the 8th to win that game. So game 1, I failed to mention, went 8 innings. Will Dutton was 2 for 5 with a double and a home run and 4 RBIs, including a grand slam in the top of the 8th. That was how they scored their 4 runs, so a huge moment for Will Dutton. J.B. Leatherwood was 3 for 5 with a double, triple, and 2 RBIs. Jaden Hicks collected 3 hits. Carter Mitchell was 2 for 3 with a double and an RBI. And then Shelton State recruit Bryant Harden went 7 innings on the bump with 2 earned runs and 9 strikeouts. And then Jake Whidden came in the 8th and got a strikeout there in the 8th. Got 1 strikeout and wrapped things up there in the 8th inning. In game 2, Moody was down 3-1 in the bottom of the 6th and scored 4 in the bottom of the 6th. And again, remember, Moody was the home team there. Will Dutton was 1 for 4. He had the go-ahead 2 RBI double in that big bottom of the 6th where they rallied to take the lead. Marshall Teofilo, I hope that's right. Marshall, if I mispronounced it, please bear with me. had 2 hits and an RBI. And then J.B. Leatherwood on the mound was brilliant with 7 innings pitched. Gaston State recruit, 4 hits, 3 runs, 5 strikeouts, and he also added another hit and an RBI. Man, this is another intriguing series. Moody, we have them ranked. Sipsey Valley not ranked, but Sipsey Valley has absolutely turned heads this year, defeating the likes of American Christian, Northside in their area, going on the road. I'm telling you, I think I took leads last week.
I took leads too.
Yeah, and Sipsey Valley made us look bad, and congratulations to them. And listen, Coach Davis there at Sipsey Valley is a good friend of ours. He's a good dude. Really like him. I'm going to go Moody again. I'm going to go Moody this week at home with that 23-7 record. You stick Bryant Harden out there. You like your chances, but then they're going to counter J.L. Hooper, who's had some huge wins this year for Sipsey Valley. I think that the home field swayed me here. Give me Moody I think this is an even matchup and 2 similar teams going at it.
Yeah, Will Dutton, he'll be in the playoff performers. What a 2 big swings last week. Game 1 with the grand slam to go ahead in game 1, and then in game 2 had the go ahead 2 RBI double in the bottom of the 6th that gave them the lead. But I'm not going to be caught looking stupid 2 weeks in a row. Sipsey Valley's done enough in the past 3 to 4 weeks, doing enough to finish over Northside. They took a game against American Christian last week. I said I picked Leeds, and they dominated them in game 1 and then won a close game in game 2. I'll go Sipsey Valley. Sipsey Valley is playing really hot right now. But yeah, again, tough to go against Moody. And I think they've got 5 or 6 guys who are seniors who are signed to go play at the next level. It's tough to go against Moody with the pitching depth that they have and the offense that they have. But I'll go with the hot hand here. Give me Sipsey Valley. It'll be tough on the road, but I'll go with Sipsey Valley, and we'll split this one. Our next matchup in Class 5A, we have number 8 Boaz going on the road to Madison Academy. The Mustangs finished just outside the top 10. Boaz comes in at 24-9. Madison Academy sits at 23-12 entering this series. How both these teams got here for Boaz, they swept West Point last week, winning 5-4 in 8 innings in game 1, and then won 18-2 in a mercy roll 5-inning game to wrap up that series. In game 1, that 5-4 win in 8 innings, they scored. It was tied obviously 4-4 in the 8th inning, and they scored an error in the bottom of the 8th to walk that game off. Sage Bennett was 3-for-4. Cooper Horton was 1-for-4 with a double and an RBI. Bo Bennett was 2-for-4 and drove in a run, and then fired 2 innings and gave up 1 earned run in relief. And then Landon Kennedy drove in 2 runs on 1 hit. And then in game 2, the 18-2 mercy rule win, Landon Kennedy once again was 4-for-5, drove in 5 runs on a double. Sage Bennett again was 2-for-4 with 2 RBIs. Cooper Horton was 3-for-5 with a double, triple, and 2 RBIs. Braden Bennett was 2-for-3 with a pair of RBIs, and Bo Bennett was 4-for-5 with a double and 2 RBIs. For Madison Academy last week, they took 2 out of 3 against Fairview. Fairview won 6-1 in game 1, and then Madison Academy was able to win games 2 and 3 by scores of 6-3 and 12-5. In game 2, the 6-3 win, Madison Academy scored 4 in the bottom of the 5th, and then 2 runs in the bottom of the 6th, being the home team in that game 2 to push them to the 6-3 win. Pearson Blue, I think hitting in the leadoff spot for the Mustangs, was 1-for-3 with an RBI. Grady Moore had a double and an RBI, and then Anderson Reese had 2 hits and a 2-for-2 performance. And then in game 3, the 12-5 win, Walker Sellers had a big game 3 and really paced them to that win and drove in half of their runs. He was 3-for-5, hit 3 doubles and 6 RBIs. Pearson Blue, once again, was 3-for-3 with an RBI. Chase Harris Lambert was 2-for-5, had a pair of doubles and drove in a run. I think he threw game 2 as well and had a good outing. And then Grady Moore, again, had 2 hits and drove in a run. Another team, I think that features 2 teams another series, I think, that features 2 teams who are evenly matched. Boaz had and especially in that game 2, really flexed their offensive firepower with a bunch of guys having multiple hits. and then showing the ability to win a tight game in game one. And then same could be said for Madison Academy, being pushed to the brink in 3 games with their backs against the wall, dropping game one, and then showing the ability to win games 2 and 3 with their season on the line. It's always, you don't have much success picking against Madison Academy in the playoffs, especially being at home. But I'm going to go against that. I'm going to go with Boaz here to go on the road and take 2 of 3 against Madison Academy. So give me the Pirates.
I'm going to go Boaz as well. And, that's, again, no disrespect to Madison Academy. Saw them earlier this year. That's a solid team. And that's a team last year that lost, I believe, was it the semis or quarters to American Christian last year in game 3. I'm almost certain they went 3 games. I may be wrong. But that's a team there in Madison Academy that has had to retool this year after losing just about everybody from last year's team. Coach Presley has done a fantastic job there. They are a completely different team than they were earlier in the season. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. Going on the road last week and winning that Fairview series in 3 games after losing game 1. But I think Boaz has been really consistent all year long. This has turned into a little bit of a rivalry over the years. And they've met numerous times, and this has turned into a rivalry. I'm sure it'll be a really good environment to be at, but I'm going to go with the visitors as well. I'm going to go Boaz. And again, both of us very well may be wrong. You mentioned it. It's hard to pick against Madison Academy's success in the playoffs, and we very well may be wrong this week. Moving on down the bracket, our next matchup, you've got Lincoln. They come in at 21-10, winners of their area. I think Moody finished runner-up in that area. Lincoln sits right outside the top 10. They are on the road at another team sitting right outside the top 10. That's East Limestone, who comes in with a 23-8 record. Lincoln defeated Springville last week by scores of 6-0 and 3-2. A quality series there. Game 1, Aiden Trammell went 7 innings, gave up 3 hits, no runs, walked 2, and struck out 4. Braden Palmore went 2 for 3 with 2 doubles and 2 RBIs, and Christian Bean also had 2 hits and drove in 2 runs as well. In that 3-2 win in Game 2, Cade Correct was 1 for 4 with 2 RBIs. Braden Schischler threw 5 innings, gave up 2 hits and no earned runs. He struck out 5 as well. And then Nolan Wright finished it up, went 2 innings, no hits, no runs, no walks with a strikeout. So that's how Lincoln got there. East Limestone defeated ARAB 4-0 and 13-1. In Game 1, Charlie Eslick went 7 innings, gave up 1 hit, no runs, and struck out 10. Landon Compton, a young catcher, a 2028 catcher behind the plate there, was 2 for 2 with the double and 2 RBIs. Cade Parham was 1 for 3 with an RBI. In Game 2, they scored 1. They were down 1-0 through 4.5. No, they were down 1-0 through 4. And they scored 1 run to make it. They scored 1 run in the 5th. They scored 8 in the 6th, and then scored 4 in the 7th. So they scored all 13 of their runs in the 5th, 6th, and 7th innings. Again, they were the visiting team in Game 2. Landon Compton.
It was 0-0 to the top of the 5th. ARAB scored in the bottom of the 7th at 1 run.
That's right. It was 0-0. My apologies. They weren't trailing, but they did score all 13 of their runs in the last 3 frames, to win 13-1. Again, Landon Compton, that sophomore catcher, 2 for 5 with a home run and 3 RBIs. Alex Atkins had a hit and 3 RBIs. Brody Coker, 2 for 4 with a double and 2 RBIs. Cade Parham, 2 1/3, no hits, no runs, and 4 strikeouts. Jacob Brooks, 3 2/3, gave up 4 hits, a run, and 8 Ks. And then Chris Fitz, through 1 inning, did not give up a hit or a run and struck out 2. 2 similar teams, man. 2 teams that I think have not that it matters now. Nobody cares where you're ranked. It ain't going to help you any in the playoffs, not one bit. But these are 2 teams that very well could be ranked in our top 10 in 5A. But who cares this time of year? It's all about winning and advancing. I'm going to go East Limestone. I saw them earlier. I think they are a quality club. I don't think they do anything great, but I think they do everything really well. And that, you can win a lot of games by doing everything really well. I like that East Limestone team. I also like Lincoln, but East Limestone being at home, think they'll play with a little bit of an edge. Give me East Limestone to take this interesting series.
Yeah, we both went up to Lincoln this past Saturday and did some scouting and got to watch the race on Sunday. I'm going to go with Lincoln here again this week. Picked them last week and swept Springville. And you named off those performers for Lincoln, and when you're able to beat Springville and Parks Woodruff, we know how good he is, committed to Air Force, and for him, not saying he didn't do anything, but for him, for the other performers to step up and have big series, just speaks to Lincoln's depth and both of these teams, and we've talked all year long about how many teams outside the top 10 were 5A, and 5A were worthy of being ranked, and both of these teams equally, were in heavily consideration to be ranked at the end of the season. I'm going to go Lincoln. Going to go on the road to East Limestone and take 2 of 3. Lincoln was obviously winning that area, splitting that series with Moody to win that area. I just think Lincoln's playing really well right now, as is East Limestone. This is kind of a series where you flip a coin and you live with the pick. You'll go East Limestone, I'll go with Lincoln, and we'll split this series. Our final matchup in the North, we have Russellville, who finished just outside the top 10. They'll be on the road taking on number 2 American Christian. Russellville sits at 21-15. American Christian is at 30-10. How these teams got here last week: Russellville took 2 of 3 against Sardis. They beat Sardis 10-1 in game 1, lost 4-2 in game 2, and then won the deciding game 3, 4-1 to punch their ticket to this round. In game 1 for Russellville, winning 10-1, Braden Intrican went 7 innings, gave up 1 run, struck out 6. He also added a 2-hit performance with a double and drove in 2 runs. Caleb Hawkins had a 2-for-4 effort, drove in 5 runs. Bryson Cooper had 3 hits, one of those being a double. Tristan Ray had 3 hits and also drove in 2. And I mentioned they lost 4-2 in game 2 and won the game 3 4-1. That game 3, they were tied 1-1 entering the bottom of the 6th. And Russellville scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 6th and was able to lock things down in the top of the 7th to take that game 3. Trip Cleveland was the star of the show in game 3. He went the distance on the mound, throwing 7 innings. He gave up just 1 run, walked 2, and struck out 4. Trip was also 3 for 3 with 2 RBIs, and those 2 RBIs came in the bottom of the 6th. He had the go-ahead 2 RBI single that put them up, and then they scored another one. And then Luke Greenhill had the other hit with an RBI double. And then for American Christian last week, they swept Leeds 8-3 and 4-3 in game 1. Drew Jackson, sophomore left-hander, went 5 innings, give up 1 earned run and struck out 7. Hunter Elmore, I think, hit his 7th home run of the season, a solo shot. Caleb McCausland, another sophomore, was 2 for 3 with a double and 2 RBIs. Clayton Rice was 2 for 2 with a double and an RBI. And then BJ Garth, another sophomore, fired the last 2 innings for American Christian. He gave up no hits, no runs, no walks, and struck out 2. And then in game 2, when they won 4-3, it was tied 3-3 going to the 7th. AHSAA was the away team, so they scored 1 run in the top of the 7th. And who else? BJ Garth had the go-ahead RBI single in that top of the 7th. He went 2 for 3, and then came on in the bottom of the 7th and fired, got it through the last inning and struck out 2, gave up 1 hit. So he closed both games and had the go-ahead RBI single in the 7th. And then Caleb McCausland added a double and an RBI, and Drew Jackson added a double and an RBI.
Before anybody chimes in, he did mention Leeds. It was John Carroll they beat, not Leeds. Yeah, it all runs together. So
that's right.
Yeah, all good.
I think both of these teams matched up last year. I think it was in the later rounds. I can't remember if it was the Elite. I want to say it was the Elite 8. But American Christian looking to defend their state championship, being at home. I'm going to go with AHSAA here. A lot of good sophomores here in this series. Intrican, Caleb Hawkins, And then Drew Jackson, Hunter Elmore, Caleb McCausland, BJ Garth, a lot of underclassmen playing big roles for both of these teams. I'm going to go with ACA here to get a series. Two of the top powerhouse programs in 5A. Give me ACA here to win a series at home.
Yeah, I'm going to go ACA as well. Obviously, we have them ranked that high for a reason, but we've done nothing but sung Russellville's praises the last 3 or 4 weeks, man. I mean, that's a team that has absolutely completely, I don't want to say turned it around because there was nothing wrong, but it's a team that has just, they've risen to the occasion. And that's what you get used to from the Golden Tigers this time of year, making deep playoff runs. Listen, they're playing one of the best teams in 5A, but Russellville's one of the better teams in 5A as well. There's no doubt about that. This will be a battle.
Hold on. Look at that. Look who we got chiming in. Rhett the Jet.
Whoa, man, that's prep baseball royalty, man.
Right.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, appreciate it, Rhett the Jet. Yeah. But yeah, going back to what we were talking about, Russellville, listen, they're one of the standards in 5A. And American Christian has become one of the standards in 5A. This is a big time matchup with star power across the board. You mentioned it, but going to go American Christian simply because their body of work, we think they're a complete team. But again, this will be a war. So I'll move on. I could keep going on there. In the South, in 5A, here's a ranked matchup this week. We've already had some comments out in the section about people looking forward to this one coming up. You've got number 1, Faith Academy. They come in with a record of 23-7. They will be on the road at Headland. Headland comes in with the final ranking of number 10 with a 22-8 record. I guess this is the Faith Academy Rams and the Headland Rams going at it this week. Faith Academy swept Alberta last week, 9-0 and 14-0 in 5 innings. The strength of that pitching staff stood out. Brody Wilson went game 1. The Auburn commit went 7 innings, no hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 13 strikeouts. Eli Quinley was 2 for 3 with a home run and 4 runs driven in. Colin Hall was also had a home run on a 2 for 2 day. Braden Wright was 3 for 4 with a double and an RBI to power them to that 9-0 win in game 1. In game 2, Christian Freeman, again, the pitching muscles flexing. Christian Freeman going 5 innings, give up 1 hit, no runs, a walk, and 10 strikeouts. That's 1 hit given up on the day for Faith Academy pitching. Grayson Finch was 2 for 3 with a home run and 3 RBIs. Braden Wright again, 1 for 2 with 3 RBIs, and Colin Hall backed up his game 1 performance with a triple and an RBI. Headland defeated Andalusia in one of the highlighted matchups last week in 5A that we talked about. They defeated Andalusia 15-11 and 4-2 in game 1. They were down 10-4 in the bottom of the fourth, and they went on to score 11 runs through the 7th inning there. So that's how they were able to come back and defeat Andalusia by a score of 15-11. Late game exploits. Nicholas Boatwright was 4 for 5 with a double and 4 RBIs. Evan Money, 3 for 3 with 3 RBIs. Justin Parnell, 2 for 3 with a double and an RBI. Jaden Williams with a single and 2 RBIs. And then in game 2, that game finished up 4-4. It was tied 2-2. Yeah, I'm sorry. It finished up 4-2. My apologies. It was tied up 2-2, and Headland was able to score 2 in the top of the 9th and finish that thing out and get the sweep in that series. Casey Knowles, through 5 innings, gave up 4 hits, 2 runs with 11 punch-outs. Justin Parnell, 4 hits, no runs, a walk, and 8 strikeouts. And he also contributed with an RBI single. Nicholas Boatwright was 2 for 5 with an RBI. Wyatt Shelley, 2 for 5 with an RBI. And Ryan Rowland, 2 for 3 with a triple and an RBI. Man, this is 2. And after seeing Headland about a month ago, I became a big fan of Headland. And we talked about them. It seems like we've talked about a lot of 5A teams right outside the top 10. 5A is a deep class. Faith Academy's been 1 or 2 all year. Them and American Christian have swapped spots between 1 and 2 all year. Again, we're not coaches. We're allowed to look ahead. There could be a legitimate big-time 5A state championship. All right. I mean, that really could be. But Faith Academy better not look ahead. Faith Academy better be zeroed in on Headland this week, because that Headland team is talented, and that Headland team has a lot of young talent as well. This is a team that you're going to continue to hear a lot about from Headland over the next few years. They've got the number one team in the state coming to them this week. It's going to be a raucous atmosphere, but Faith Academy is really good. They're one of the class. They're at the top of the class in terms of, the top echelon of teams across the state. I've got to go with Faith Academy, and it pains me not to pick Headland because I really like that team, and they've had success this year, and they're going to have success in the immediate future, and they very well may win this weekend and prove me wrong. But I'm going to go Faith Academy. I'm going to go with the Rams to win. How's that sound? I'm gonna go Faith Academy Rams.
Yeah. I'm going to go Faith Academy too. When I was pulling scores last night and pulling stats, Faith Academy has given up one run in the last 7 games. They pitch it at a high level, and just used Brody Wilson and Christian Freeman last week. They went a combined 12 innings, 1 hit, no runs, 2 walks, and 23 strikeouts. And you mentioned their offense, but they're not going to need much to score. But again, they're going to face better competition this week. Headland is well equipped on both sides of the ball to make this a series, and potentially, like you said, even win this series. They're going to be at home. That's and obviously important, but got to go with Faith Academy here. Their arms their arms are big time, and even some of the guys that have not thrown that didn't throw last week, they are well equipped to make another deep run and take a shot at winning that 5A state championship, but got a big series this week, so we'll see how it unfolds. Our next matchup, we have Holtville. They'll be on the road facing number 3 Demopolis. Holtville sits at 19-15. Demopolis is 26-5. How both these teams got here? Holtville, and credit to Holtville. I think we both picked Valley last week.
We sure did.
Holtville took 2 of 3 last week. Credit to the Bulldogs. Big series win at home. They won game 1 5-0, got beat 3-1 in game 2, and then turned around in game 3 and won 4-0. In that game 1 5-0 win, they scored 5 in the bottom of the second and coasted all the way to the end. Some of those top performers, you have Cole Parrish. I think he had a grand slam. He was 1 for 3 with a home run and 4 RBIs. And then Gage Nelson on the mound coasted to the complete game victory. Complete game shutout. He went 7 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 2 walks, and 5 strikeouts. He also went 2 for 2 and added a double. In game 3, like I mentioned, they lost game 2, 3-1, turned around in game 3 and won 4-0. Cole Parrish went 7 innings, gave up 4 hits, no runs, 2 walks, and 7 strikeouts. He also was 2 for 3 with a double and an RBI. Keelan Kimbrough, hitting in the leadoff spot, was 2 for 4 with a double and 2 RBIs. Gage Russum was 2 for 3 and drove in a run, while Madison Curry was also 1 for 2 and drove in a run. For Demopolis last week, another big-time matchup that we pegged as one of the top, if not the biggest series last week. Demopolis was able to sweep Shelby County in a top 5 matchup. They won game 1 8-1, and then won game 2 5-2. In game 1, winning 8-1, Jack Pritchett went 7 innings, gave up 3 hits, allowed just 1 run, no walks, and struck out 7. He also hit a 2-run homer at the plate. J.W. McAlpine went 1 for 3 and added a solo home run. Jake Powell drove in 2 runs on 1 hit, and Bryant Deese had a hit and had a double and an RBI. And then in game 2, they won 5-2, and that game went into 9 innings. It was tied 2-2 in the top of the 9th, and with Demopolis being the home team or being the visiting team, they scored 3 runs in the top of the 9th and was able to sweep that series. On the mound, Colton Colgrove went 5 2/3. He gave up just 1 hit, no earned runs, and struck out 9. Behind him, Josiah Colgrove came in and fired and threw the final 3 1/3 innings, giving up just 1 hit, no runs, no walks, and 6 strikeouts. Bryant Deese had mentioned they scored 3 runs in the top of the 9th. Bryant Deese had the go-ahead home run in that top of the 9th. And then they went on to score 2 more, but Bryant Deese had the big swing in a 2 for 4 effort. Credit, we talked about it. Credit to Holtville winning that series last week. We both picked Valley. Hopeville was able to win that series in 3 games. But I'm going to pick Demopolis. Demopolis talked about their arms. All 3 of those arms are mid to upper 80s on the mound, and you look at it, it's not a lot of walks and it's a lot of strikeouts, and their ability to run the ball out of the ballpark. They've got big time bats who can leave the yard at any moment and generate runs. And being able to sweep Shelby County last week was a big time win, and I think that they continue their momentum and win this series and move on to the Elite Eight.
Yeah, before you go and look, we just picked against somebody, and somebody we picked against had a nice saying. Look at there, I like it, man.
There you go.
Yeah, and there's a lot of truth to what we said and how we feel. That's going to be a big time matchup. Yeah, going back to this one, man. Yeah, I think it's too much Demopolis again. You've already said it twice. We both picked against Hopeful, so they've got a chance to prove us wrong again. And if they do, kudos to them. Congratulations to them. But man, that Demopolis team has just gotten better and better, and has been as consistent as anyone in 5A this year. You talk about those arms. Anytime you've got power arms that punch out a lot of people, you don't have to take a chance of making an error in the field. It's a lot easier to punch somebody out and have to throw it across the infield or whatever. So that makes it a lot easier on your defense. I'm going to go Demopolis this week. Again, Hopeful, you've got a chance to prove us wrong again. And if you do, we'll come on here next week and absolutely give credit where credit is due. But again, like Demopolis a lot. So moving forward, you've got Charles Henderson. They come in at 22-8. They sit right outside the top 10. They will be on the road at Briarwood Christian. Briarwood Christian comes in with a record of 24-9. And finished the season ranked number 6 in our poll. How those teams got here. Charles Henderson defeated Eufaula 8-4 and 13-3 in 6 innings. In game 1, Clay Johnson was 2 for 3 with a double and 3 RBIs. He also tossed 6 innings on the mound, gave up 4 runs. Kellen Stewart had a hit and an RBI with 1 inning on the mound. Chase Vaznian with a hit and RBI. Trenton Bryan with a hit and RBI. Wes Templin had a double, driving in another run. In that 13-3 Game 2 win, Clay Johnson was 4 for 4 with a home run and 4 RBIs. Trenton Bryan again with a home run and 4 RBIs. Kellen Stewart also added a home run and an RBI. Chase Vaznian with 2 hits and an RBI. And Wes Templin was 2 for 4 with 2 doubles and an RBI. He also tossed 6 innings on the mound, gave up 3, which was a complete game, gave up 3 runs and struck out 9. That's how Charles Henderson got there. Briarwood Christian defeated Jemison 5-1 and 11-3 in game 1. Houston Hartsfield went 7 innings, gave up 2 hits, no earned runs, no walks, and struck out 5. Parker Daniels, catcher, was 1 for 3 with a home run and 2 RBIs. Ivan Hand had a double and an RBI in that 5-1 win as well. In game 2, 11-3 victory, Ivan Hand was 4 for 5 with a home run and 3 RBIs. Jamison Barnes, another catcher, 2 for 5 with a home run and an RBI. And Robbie Paulson twirled a gem on the mound, going 6 innings, giving up 4 hits, no earned runs, and 2 strikeouts. This is an intriguing series. Charles Henderson has really come on of late, winning that series over Andalusia to wrap up an area championship, and then defeating Eufaula last week 8-4 and 13-3. Briarwood Christian, was in that tough area with Shelby County. They actually lost the series to Shelby County, but was able to win the area championship. They're getting to host again this week at home. I like Briarwood Christian. That's a complete team. Hartsfield at the top of that order or top of that rotation gives them a solidified number 1. Ivan Hand, Barnes, we talked about them, Parker Daniels. Those guys can really bang the ball around the yard. I like Briarwood Christian this week, but Charles Henderson has surprised us before. I don't want to use the word surprise, but they've come on of late. There's no doubt they're playing their best baseball at this time, but I think it's going to be a very difficult task to go on the road at Briarwood. I'm going to take Briarwood to come out with a win here.
Yeah, it'll be tough to go on the road at Briarwood, which they always fill up that place really well. It'll be a good atmosphere in Birmingham. I'm going to go Briarwood Christian as well. I like the top half of their order. I think the top half of their order they've got guys who can leave the yard at any moment. And with Hartsfield in game 1, he's been really consistent on the mound for them. Robbie Paulson stepping up into that game 2 spot and had success last week. But Charles Henderson, like you said, had a great season, has rolled as of late. And they swing it as well. But I'm going to go with Briarwood Christian as well. And see how it unfolds. But this will be another intriguing 5A series here in the South. Our last matchup in Class 5A, we have Elmore County. We finished just outside the top 10 in Class 5A. They'll be on the road at number 4, St. Paul's Episcopal. Elmore County comes in at 20-13, while St. Paul sits at 21-6. Last week, how both these teams got here, Elmore County swept Marbury. They won game 1 8-4 and won game 2 16-6. In that game 1 8-4 win, Shelton Darnell went 6 innings on the mound. He gave up 3 earned runs and struck out 11. He also added a home run and 3 RBIs. Sawyer Dutton was a perfect 3 for 3 and drove in 3 runs as well to pace them to that 8-4 win over Marbury. In game 2, winning 16-6, Gage Davis went 4 innings, got the win and struck out 8. He was also 3 for 3 with a triple, a double, and 2 RBIs. Bo Traylor was 3 for 5. Look at all these. Bo Traylor, Sawyer Dutton, Evan Spence, Kaysen Moe, all had 3 hits. And most of those guys had doubles and multiple RBIs. Spence had 4 RBIs. And then Joseph Roberts was 2 for 3 with an RBI double, and Hunter Denham added a triple as well for Elmore County. For St. Paul's Episcopal, I think we split. I think I took St. Paul's last week. I think you took UMS Wright. That series definitely lived up to the billing. Going to 3 games where St. Paul's was able to win. St. Paul's won 5-1 in game 1. They lost game 2 2-1, and then won the deciding game 3 5-1. In that game 1 win, 5-1, John Stowers threw a complete game, allowing 6 hits, 1 earned run. He was also 2 for 2 with a triple at the plate. And then freshman Max Bulow added a 2 for 4 performance for the Saints. They lost game 2 2-1, and then turned around in game 3 and won 5-1. Ross Delaney went 7 innings, the complete game, gave up 4 hits, 1 earned run, and also added 2 for 3 performance and drove in a run at the plate. John Stowers had the big swing in the 4th inning to break the UMS Wright was up 1-0 at the time, and John Stowers hit a big 3-run bomb to give them the lead, and they never looked back. And then also Bay Lane added a double for the Saints as well. You felt like whoever won that series, whether it was UMS Wright or St. Paul's, had a good chance to make a run. And each round you're going to play a really good team. Elmore County is, Coach Dismukes does a great job there. Shelton Darnell has been one of the top players in the central part of the state all year long, and plays a big role on the mound and at the plate. But I'm going to go UMS Wright, led by John Stowers, our top-ranked player, top-ranked catcher in the state, Auburn recruit. He's a big piece to what they do, whether he's pitching or hitting or catching. And they've got some other juniors and seniors, and Max Bulow as a freshman, guys who lead the way. Tate Farrell, didn't mention him. I think he threw game 2.
What about our boy at the top of the lineup?
Evan Hawara, man, that dude is I'd love to see his stats. On base machine. He sets the tone for them. And but I'm going to go with St. Paul's here, being at home. Give me the Saints.
Yeah, I'm going to go St. Paul's as well. We highlighted that series. We've had them ranked in the top 3-4 all season long. Elmore County, you mentioned the offensive production they got last week. If they get that offensive production this week, then they're going to win the series. I don't think there's any question about that. But again, we both like St. Paul's. They do everything right. I know I said that just a couple minutes ago as well, but I think they hit enough up and down that lineup. Stowers has come on the bump. You've got Delaney. You've got Tate. Is it Tate Farrell? Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Tate Farrell throwing as well. They have built some depth in that pitching rotation, and I think that might be the difference. But again, I don't expect to see these gaudy pitching numbers from St. Paul's facing that Elmore County offensive lineup. And I think it's going to be 2 or 3 tightly contested games. Is it Stowers and Darnell in game 1? I don't know. We'll wait and see how that goes, how the coaches play that out. But I'm going to go with St. Paul's as well. And again, Elmore County, they're a formidable opponent, and they'll absolutely give St. Paul's all they want and may come out with a win there and prove us both wrong. So that'll jump us to 6A, where we're getting closer to the end. So we now jump to 6A, and there are some more mega matchups in 6A, some that I don't really want to pick. I'll be perfectly honest with you. In 6A, you got number 4, Mountain Brook. They come in with a record of 29-5-1. They will be on the road at Pell City. Pell City comes in at 16-16, finishing right outside of our top 10. Mountain Brook defeated Parker 10-0 and 6-0 in those two games. In game 1, Bryant Diddell, 5 innings pitched, 1 hit, no runs, no walks, 9 strikeouts. Jack Hauser, 3 hits, a double, a triple, 5 RBIs. Paul Barnett was 2 for 2 with an RBI. Nolan Schatz had a home run and 2 RBIs. Luke Hauser had 2 RBIs on a hit. And then in game 2, they gave the ball to Jude Davidson. Jude Davidson turned in a 7-inning complete game with 3 hits, no runs, no walks, and 10 strikeouts. So between Diddell and Davidson, there's no walks and 19 punch-outs through 12 innings. That's going to win every single time out. Paul Barnett continued to swing the bat, was 2 for 2 with the home run. Sam Estes was 1 for 3 with the home run and 2 RBIs. Jack Hauser again, 2 for 4 with an RBI. His brother Luke Hauser also collected a double and an RBI. So again, Mountain Brook dominated last week. This week they're on the road at Pell City, who beat Gardendale last week by scores of 6-4 and 7-4. In game 1, Jordan Perry was 2 for 4 with an RBI. Jacob Burgos had a single and 2 RBIs. Channing Beaver added a hit and an RBI. Baylor Fields with a hit and an RBI. Thomas Bolton through 5 innings gave up 2 earned runs, and Richard Smith came in on the back end, throwing 2 innings and did not give up an earned run in that 6-4 win. And then in game 2, Pell City won 7-4. Kaysen Smith, I guess I'll go ahead and say it. Yep. Kaysen Smith just registered for the Yellowhammer State games while this was going on. That was one of the big dogs that we were talking about that came in. He registered after a really good performance in game 2 last week. Went 3 for 4 with 2 doubles and a triple with 3 RBIs. He also tossed an inning and a third on the mound. Did not give up a run in that 7-4 win. Baylor Fields added 2 hits and an RBI. Jordan Perry once again with a double and 2 RBIs. And Carter Perry on the mound went 5 1/3 and gave up 3 runs in that 7-4 win. We saw Pell City in our kickoff classic. That has been a team in 6A that we've kept dibs on all year long. Successful last year, coming into this year, that success continues. Man, I think Mountain Brook is we've talked about it. There's a handful of teams in 6A that we can't pick a clear cut who we think is a favorite. There are some other classes that we think we can narrow it down to maybe 2 or 3 teams that we think are legitimate bona fide state contenders. In 6A, man, that depth is like 7, 8 teams of who could win it all. And we think Mountain Brook is absolutely one of those teams that can win it all. I'm going to go with the Spartans on the road this week to defeat Pell City.
Our next matchup.
You got to make your pick. You got to make your pick, brother.
I'm going to go. I'm going to go Mountain Brook as well. I think they're 1 through 9 offensively. They can swing. Obviously, can generate runs. And Brian Diddell and Jude Davidson have been a really good 1-2 punch on the mound. And then behind him, Paul Barnett can come in and throw and run it into the low 90s on the mound. And a lot of juniors and seniors on this team, guys who are used to playing, in close games and have played good competition all season long with only having 5 losses in 35 games. Tough to go against Mountain Brook. I'm going to go with the Spartans as well.
Before you introduce the next one,
I'm going to hold my phone right here just until we get a text.
Can someone use the word rivals? This is as big as it gets in rivalry playoff baseball, man.
Yeah, big time matchup. Former area foes, now meeting up. There it is. Number 3 Coleman going on the road to number 8 Hartselle. One of, if not the biggest matchup of the week. Coleman
you got to open it up. You got to.
Coleman comes in at 26-10, Hartselle at 25-11, 2 pretty identical records. They've both played tough schedules all year long. how both these teams got here last week. We'll start with Coleman. Coleman was pushed to 3 games against Southside. They won game 1 10-3, lost game 2 17-8, and turned around in game 3 and won in 5 innings 11-0 over Southside to punch their ticket to the Sweet 16. In that 10-3 game 1 win, Knox Malden had a 2-run bomb. Jonah Inman had a solo shot. Cross Bowen was 1 for 4 with a 2 RBI double. Camden Bowman had a hit and 2 RBIs. Sophomore Michael Shattuck worked into the 6th, firing 5 2/3 and giving up just 3 runs en route to their 10-3 win in game 1. Mentioned they lost 17-8 in game 2, and that was what did Southside score, like 11 runs?
11 in like the 5th or 6th. It was late. Yeah.
Yeah. But nevertheless, Coleman was able to turn around in game 3 and win 11-0 in 5 innings. Jonah Inman hit another bomb, was 2 for 4 with a home run and 4 RBIs. I think that runs his total to 12, I think, on the year. Mm-hmm. So he's swinging it, hitting for power in the leadoff spot for Coleman. Landon Henry got the ball and delivered 5 innings of shutout baseball, gave up just 3 hits, no walks, and 4 strikeouts. Cross Bowen was back at it again with 3 for 3 performance and an RBI triple. Colt Culver was 2 for 3 with a pair of RBIs, and then Jake Weathersby at the bottom of the order was 2 for 2 with an RBI for Coleman as they took 2 out of 3 over Southside. For Hartselle, they swept Buckhorn last week, winning 14-8 in game 1 and 6-3 in game 2. In game 1, winning 14-8, Asher Dopel was 4 for 5 with a double and an RBI. Houston Falciani was 2 for 3 in the 9-hole with a triple and 3 RBIs. Recent Calhoun commit. Braden Weathers was 2 for 5 and drove in 2 runs, and Cruz Baker was 2 for 3 and drove home a run. In game 2, winning 6-3, Connor Stiles got the ball and went 5 innings of no-hit baseball, allowed just 1 walk, obviously no runs, and struck out 4. Cole Miles paced the offense in the middle of the order, going 2 for 2 with a double and 2 RBIs, and Asher Dopel added a hit and an RBI. Mm-hmm. This is obviously a tough one to pick, and this is what the state playoffs are all about. These are 2 powerhouse storied programs in the state of Alabama.
Multiple state championships, both sides.
Yeah, two great coaches, Brent Patterson for Coleman and Coach Phillips for Hartselle. Both do a great job, and both are playing their best down the stretch. And you know, this is a matchup of two powers, obviously, big rivalry. Give me.
I know who I'm going with. I
think I know who you're going with, which is why I'll go Coleman.
Oh,
I think I know who you're going with. So
You think so?
I think we'll split it. I'll go Coleman. I don't know why, but I'll go Coleman. I think they played earlier in the season. Coleman won by 1 run, I think.
Coleman was up 9-8. And then I think Hartselle came back and made it 9. No, Coleman was up 9-0, I believe.
Okay.
And Hartselle came back. Yeah.
But you know, both these teams have continued to evolve over the season. I'll go Coleman. I'll flip a coin. I'll go Coleman and move on.
It's only I guess I'm going to go Hartselle, and I don't know why. Both these teams are. I mean, they're sort of mirror images of each other. I've said this. When that Coleman offense gets rolling, it is scary. I mean, you know, one of the biggest moments that I've seen this year, we talked about it already, was the home run. Was the home run by Jonah Inman that completely changed the complexity of that area championship series between them and Mortimer Jordan. And once that started, it just snowballed, man. And it carried over to game 3. So if Coleman gets rolling on offense, look out. You know, I think there's going to be some runs scored in this series. They both have quality pitching. Don't get me wrong whatsoever. But, you know, I think that the offense sort of supersedes the pitching in this matchup. I will be surprised if we see 2-1, 2-0 games. I think there's going to be 7-4, 8-6. I think it's going to be some, I don't want to say high scoring games, but I think you're going to have to score to win this and score more than one or two. So we're going to split it, man. I'm going to go Hartzell, and I don't feel any better if I'd have gone Coleman. I mean, this is what high school baseball is about. Austin mentioned it doesn't get any easier. Moving on. So next we've got Oxford coming at 26-11, finished right outside the top 10. They'll be on the road at number 7 Hazel Green. Hazel Green finished the season they currently have a 29-10 record. Oxford swept Clay Chalkville last week, winning 12-1 in 5 innings and then defeating them in 3-0 in game 2. In game 1, Rocco Maniscalco was 2 for 2 with a triple and 2 RBIs. Aiden Noyola went 5 innings on the mound, gave up a run, and had 5 punchouts. He also had a hit and 2 RBIs. Cannon Whitman behind the plate, a Huntington recruit, 2 for 3 with a triple and 2 RBIs. Bryson Bradford was 1 for 1 with a double and 2 RBIs. And Chase Williams was 2 for 3 with an RBI. Williams is a sophomore, right, Austin? He's a young one, I think. Maybe wrong. All right. Yeah, that's fine. Chase Williams was 2 for 3 with an RBI in that 12-1 5-inning game. In game 2, that 3-0, Maniscalco, there's 2 Maniscalcos. Rocco Maniscalco was 1 for 2 with 2 RBIs. Chase Williams, again, there's that sophomore, went 4 innings on the bump, no hits, no runs, no 1 walk and 5 Ks. And Charlie Maniscalco finished it up going 3 innings and did not give up a run, obviously, in that 3-0 shutout. You flip sides there. You look at Hazel Green. Hazel Green gets here by defeating Athens 10-0 in 6 innings in game 1. They dropped game 2 by a score of 9-5. They were in control of that game 2, and Athens, I think, scored 8 in the 5th or 6th inning. It was late. I do know that. Oh man, getting a little Coleman text now, man. But
I'm getting Hartzell text.
But Athens did drop game 2 9-5, but was able to come back and win game 3 by a score of 7-6. In game 1 of that 10-0 win, Elijah Steele going to Calhoun went 6 innings on the bump, complete game, 3 hits, no runs, no walks, and 5 strikeouts. Andrew Beaverson went 3 for 4 with a double and 2 RBIs. Jackson Crippen was 3 for 3 with 3 RBIs. Colby Atkins was 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Bryce Zimmerman had a double and an RBI. And then they did, as I mentioned, they did drop game 2. Going to game 3, they trailed 6-5 going into the bottom of the 5th, where they scored 2 to go up 7-6 for the eventual game final score. Beaverson was 3 for 4 with an RBI, who went 4 innings on the bump, no hits, no runs, struck out 5 in a relief appearance. Bryce Zimmerman continues just to hit. The Montevallo commit had 2 hits with an RBI. Colton Clark was 2 for 2 with an RBI. Colton Bentley collected 2 hits and an RBI. And Jackson Crippen continued to stay hot with the bat, going 1 for 2 with an RBI. Here's what I'm going to say about this series. I think it will be really, really offensive. I think these are 2 clubs, both of them, that can swing it up and down the order. I'm going to go with Hazel Green because I think, I'm not saying that their pitching is better. By no means am I saying that. But I think they've got more depth in the pitching. This is similar to Coleman and Hartzell, but I think this could be even more offensive than Coleman and Hartzell series. I think both of these 2 teams have the capabilities to put up big numbers in every game they play. And because of that, I think the offenses are pretty close to each other, but I think Hazel Green's got a little bit more depth. That may play out in the end. I'm going to go with the Trojans to advance this week.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Hazel Green as well. 2 similar offenses can score a lot of runs. You said it. I think the Trojans may have a slight edge on the mound with Elijah Steele, Colton Clark, Hayden Shell through game 3, and then Beaverson was really good in relief in game 3, like you said. So 2 evenly matched teams. I think the pitching may slide a little bit more for Hazel Green. I'll go Hazel Green as well, but we'll see. Obviously, wouldn't be surprised if Oxford wins going on the road. We'll both go with the Trojans and see how that one unfolds. But our last matchup in the North in Class 6A, you've got Fort Payne finished just outside the top 10 in Class 6A. They'll be on the road at number 5, Homewood. Fort Payne enters at 24-9, while Homewood sits at an impressive 30-6 record. How these teams got here last week: Fort Payne played Mortimer Jordan, and I know you were there for games 1 and 2. Three really close games that seemed like one of the better series to be at across the state. Fort Payne won 2-1 in game 1. Mortimer Jordan won 4-2 in game 2, and then Fort Payne was able to win in game 3 by a score of 5-3. And in game 1 for Fort Payne, seemed like the Griffin Wynn show. The Snead State recruit went 7 innings on the mound, gave up just 2 hits, no earned runs, walked 1, and struck out 8, and then hit a 2-run bomb, I think, early in that game that paced them to the 2-1 victory. 8th grader Dylan Harcrow was 2 for 3 as well to help lead the offense for Fort Payne. I mentioned Mortimer Jordan won 5-4 in game 2, and Fort Payne was able to win 5-3 in game 3. Some of those some top performers from that game 3. Riker Engel was 1 for 3, had a double and 3 RBIs, and that game was tied 3-3 in the bottom of the 6th. And Fort Payne pushed across 2 runs, and who else than the 8th grader Dylan Harcrow again had a big go-ahead RBI single in that bottom of the 6th that pushed them across, and Fort Payne was able to close it out in the top of the 7th to punch their ticket to the next round and take that series. For Homewood last week, they swept Huffman 11-0 and 12-0 in a pair of 5-inning games. In game 1, Colin Crump went 5 innings. There were no hitter, walked 1 and struck out 7. Levi Nikolai at Auburn recruit was 2 for 3 out of the leadoff spot with a double, a triple, and 2 RBIs. Cooper Sane had a hit and 2 RBIs, as did William Tanner. In game 2, winning 12-0, Levi Nikolai threw another no-hitter, walked 1 and struck out 11. He also added another hit at the plate. Cooper Mullins was 2 for 2, had a home run, and drove in a pair at the plate. George Brockwell was also 2 for 2. He had a double and 2 RBIs. Cooper Sane again was 1 for 1 and drove in a run. And James Eady was 2 for 2 and drove in a pair of runs. I'm going to go. This is another sneaky, interesting series. Obviously, Homewood is probably the popular pick at 30-6, being ranked at number 5. But Fort Payne, a team obviously we've been following all year long. They're 24-9. That speaks for itself. They've played the likes of I think they've beaten Mountain Brook. They've played a bunch of other good teams up in the northern part of the state. And so they're not going to be surprised by what they see when they go play Homewood. Obviously, Homewood is very talented up and down that roster. But Fort Payne also, Griffin Wynn. I know you had a lot of great things to say about Griffin Wynn. Riker Shankles, a bunch of other, you can go more into depth on them if you want, but they're also clicking at the right time. I'm going to go Homewood, but Fort Payne, I know will give them all that they want. Fort Payne is very talented as well, but I'm going to go with Homewood here at home to advance to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Fort Payne. I'm going to go with Homewood as well. But I do have to say this, man. I was very, very impressed with Fort Payne. And you mentioned, I don't want to just keep saying the same thing over and over, man. But Griffin Wynn, wow. I mean, he hit it. I know they lost game 2, but he hit a no doubt absolute tank in game 2 as well after that home run and complete game masterpiece in game 1. You've got Preston Ledford, another quality arm, also the leadoff hitter for them. Riker Shankles, Blake Griggs, Caden Nugent's a 2028. That was impressive. That is a really good team. And, we had been following Fort Payne, but leaving Fort Payne, I was more impressed with them than I was when I got there. But again, I just think that Homewood, they're very good. And, Coach Hall did not back away early in the season when we had him on our podcast of accepting the expectations of this year. And so far they have reached that, but this is when it counts. And so we'll just see how it plays out, but we'll both go with the home team. We'll go with Homewood this week in a matchup with Fort Payne. Griffin Wynn can beat anybody in the state. I'm just telling you. So be heads up. Moving on, south part of the bracket. You've got number 10 Gulf Shores. They're at 24-11. They will be on the road at Stanhope Elmore, who comes in at 21-13, right outside the top 10. Gulf Shores swept Theodore by scores of 6-1 and 16-0 in 4 innings. In game 1, Woods McElroy went complete game, 4 hits, 1 earned run and 4 strikeouts. And Bryce Stevens, Southern Union commit, 2 for 3 with an RBI and 2 runs. In game 2, John Luke Stevens, Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College commit. And every time I've seen him, I've been really impressed with him. Got the win, going 3 innings, no hits, no runs, and 7 strikeouts. Trey Moore, 3 for 3 with the triple and an RBI. Jacob O'Brien, 2 for 2 with the triple and 4 RBIs. If there's any Gulf Shores people listening, you can let me know. I think maybe he set some type of stolen base record, maybe single season or something. Yeah. I could be way off base there. I think that was the case. Woods McElroy in game 2 had a double and 2 RBIs among 2 hits. Matthew Socadis, 2 for 3 with a run, and Trendon Beebe had a grand slam in the 16-0 win over Theodore. Stanhope Elmore
broke the single season stolen base record for Gulf Shores, 33.
33 stolen bases in a year. That's impressive. It means he's getting on base a lot, no doubt about it. Stanhope Elmore, they won another one of the series that we highlighted last week, them and Rehoboth. Stanhope Elmore was able to win that series 2 out of 3. They dropped game 1 by a score of 3-0. And then won game 2, 8-2, and won game 3, 5-3. In game 2, Grayson Jones gave them a complete game gem, giving up 3 hits, 1 earned run, and 5 strikeouts while adding a double at the plate. Jordan Jones was 3 for 4 with a double, 2 RBIs, and a run. Braden Smith, Hayden Anderson, and Noah Allen all had doubles as well. In game 3, Cooper Mitchell went 6 innings, got the win, giving up 5 hits, 2 runs, and striking out 6. 4 players each had a single, and Kavaris Ellis had a home run and 2 RBIs, and that gave, I'm not sure if this, it was either 3-3,
bottom 5, bottom 3, or 3-3, bottom 5.
Yeah, 3-3, bottom 5. Big swing by Kavaris Ellis with that home run, driving in 2 runs. This is another matchup that can go either way. I think these teams are similar in that they both have a blue-collar mentality about them. Both of these coaches are friends of ours. Both of them do very good jobs. Both of them, I think both of them can – I think it's safe to say that both of these teams are playing better now than they were early in the season. And, again, that's what those February and early March games are for. It's all part of the process, I guess you can say. This is a tough pick for me. I originally sided with Stanhope, but I'm going to go back to – I'm going to go with Gulf Shores barely here. I just think that John Luke Stevens, and he may get beat 8-0. I don't know. But every time I've seen him, man, he's been just almost in the win. You can put it in the win category. That's not necessarily true in the playoffs, but you got to like him starting. If you're Gulf Shores, you find a way to win one more. Well, you flip it over, you've got Jones and Mitchell for Elmore that give them quality starts as well. I don't think this is going to be a high-scoring series. I think it's going to be low-scoring. Every run matters, but I'm going to go with the visiting team. I'm going to go with the Dolphins this week.
Yeah. You know, add Jordan Jones, too, who's at the top of that rotation for Stanhope Elmore.
That's right. Yes. Yeah, I forgot.
It just seems like always Stanhope Elmore just always seems to find a way, especially when it gets late here. You know, they reached the semifinals last year, got beat by Chelsea, but had a great run. It just seems like they always, once playoff time comes around, they always seem to find a way. They're always playing their best. Same could be said for Gulf Shores. I just think another toss-up here. I'm going to go with Stanhope Elmore being at home. Yeah, give me Stanhope. I'll go with them, and we'll split this, which feels like a good matchup to split. Series that could go either way. Our next matchup, you've got Benjamin Russell, who finished just outside the top 10. They'll be on the road at number 2, Spain Park. Benjamin Russell comes in with a 25-7 record. Spain Park sits at 29-7. How both these teams got here: Ben Russell last week swept Brookwood 10-0 in 6 innings and 6-1 in game 2. In game 1, Luke Knight went 6 innings, gave up 3 hits, no runs, and struck out 7. Charlie Lumpkin led the way offensively, going 3 for 3 with a triple and 3 RBIs. CJ Young had a double and 2 RBIs. Owen Dye had 2 hits and an RBI. Jesse Worthy added a double and 2 RBIs. And then in game 2, winning 6-1, Owen Dye was 2 for 3 again with a triple and 2 RBIs. CJ Young had a multi-hit performance and drove in a run. Charlie Lumpkin was 2 for 3. Jesse Worthy on the mound went 5 innings, gave up 3 hits, no runs, and struck out 4. And then behind him, Jackson Edwards came in and tossed the 6th and 7th innings. He gave up just 1 run for Benjamin Russell to advance. For Spain Park, they handled business with a pair of mercy run rule wins last week, defeating McAdory 12-2 in game 1 in 5 innings and 12-0 in game 2 in 5 innings in game 2. Evan Taylor was the big series winner for Spain Park, leading the way offensively in game 1. He went 2 for 3 with a double, a home run, and 4 RBIs. Ryan Paquette was 3 for 3 with a pair of RBIs. And then on the mound, Houston Holmes has really solidified himself as one of a really good option at the top of the rotation for the Jags. He went 5 innings, gave up 5 hits and 2 runs in their 12-2 victory. In game 2, winning 12-0, Spain Park, it was Evan Taylor again going 2 for 2 with a pair of RBIs in the middle of the order. Connor Grebb in the leadoff spot was 2 for 3 and drove in 2. Michael Johnson hitting second. Had a single and an RBI, and then on the mound, Hudson Franks went 3 innings, gave up just 1 hit, no runs, and struck out 6. And then behind him, Brody Smith tossed the final 2 innings, giving up just 3 hits, no runs, no walks, and struck out 5. I'm going to go with Spain Park here, but I wouldn't, our listeners, I wouldn't give this as just an automatic win for Spain Park. Obviously, Spain Park has been consistently one of the top teams, not only in 6A, but in the state all year long. But this is a Benjamin Russell team that, probably hand up. We probably, had obviously had a great chance to be ranked at the end of the season. They're 25-7 now. They've handled business all year long. But this is a team that, they've won 25 games going on the road to Spain Park. It'll be a good atmosphere. But this, obviously, it's not going to be an automatic win for Spain Park. Benjamin Russell is very good, well coached by Coach Brooks. But like I said, I'm going to go Spain Park here. Just the 1 through 9 for Spain Park. They've got big-time hitters led by Connor Grebb at the top of the order, and have seemed to figure it out on the mound as well with plenty of options. But Benjamin Russell is a dark horse team to watch in 6A. I'll go with Spain Park, though.
That Spain Park lineup could be getting a little bit even more offensive this week, next week, or at some time. So there's a piece missing, So
yeah.
that may change things, and I don't know. I don't know the timeline or anything like that. So obviously, Spain Park offensively can absolutely pound the ball around the ballpark. I'm going with Spain Park as well. I mean, they're one of the top teams in the state, regardless of classification. But then you're going to face Luke Knight. You're going to face Jesse Worthy. That's 2 teams that have beaten good teams, that have held good offenses in check. You said it right. This is not something that, it's number 2 Spain Park. Let's move on to the next round. That is absolutely not what this is about. Benjamin Russell is capable of going in there and winning this series, especially with those arms. So, if you're a Spain Park supporter, player, fan, anything like that, I don't need to tell the coaches. I know the coach. I know how they feel. They know that they've got to play well. But this is a Benjamin Russell team that is very capable. But again, I think maybe it's just too much Spain Park in the end. I'm going to have the Jaguars to advance. The next matchup in 6A, you've got number 9 Pike Road. They come in at 27-8. They will be on the road at Chelsea. They finished the season right outside the top 10 they have a 17-17 record. Chelsea was ranked for the majority of the early half of the season, dropped out later. Pike Road, how did they get there? This was another series that we highlighted last week. They defeated Wetumpka in a 2 out of 3 matchup. They lost game 1, 9-0. Came back and won game 2, 9-1 to force that exciting game 3, where they won 7-0. In game 2, it was a combined no-hitter. Peyton Hornbuckle went 6 innings, no hits, no runs, 5 strikeouts, and Julius Williams came in to finish up the 7th with a strikeout for that combined no-hitter. Bryson Suchoki, I think that's how you Sukaki. What'd you say? Sukaki, 3 for 4 with a double and a triple and 2 RBIs. Quentin Robinson had a double and 3 RBIs. Blake Moses had 2 RBIs on a hit. in that 9-1 win in game 2. In game 3, Sakaki went 6 innings on the bump with 3 hits, no runs, no walks, and 6 Ks. He also added a hit there with the bat. Diego Pacheco, that's a catcher that you've seen a couple times and you love him. 2 for 4 with 2 doubles and 2 RBIs. Jake McDavid had a single and an RBI, and Coleman Stabler added 2 hits with an RBI in that 7-0 Game 3 win to advance to the Sweet 16. They're on the road at Chelsea. Chelsea defeated Hueytown 7-1 and 4-0. I picked Hueytown last week. I was wrong, and we'll talk about that in just a second. In Game 1, Grant Hill back to his old ways with a complete game, 2-hit performance, gave up no earned runs, walked 1 and struck out 4. Luke Neal had 3 hits with a double, home run, and 3 RBIs. Jackson Dorman was 2 for 4 with an RBI. Jordan Garcia was 3 for 3 with 2 doubles. And Cooper Morgan had 2 RBIs, going 1 for 1. In Game 2, Jackson Price, another complete game gem for the Hornets, gave up 4 hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 10 punchouts. That is 2 dominant outings. Avery Floyd was 1 for 3 with a double and 2 RBIs as Chelsea won Game 2 4-0. We don't have Chelsea ranked, but Chelsea to me,
Bryson Suhaki.
Suhaki. I apologize, Ben Taylor. Thank
Sorry,
you for letting me know. That's all on me. Suhaki, thank you. Had a very good series last week. Chelsea's not ranked, and I think it's fair to say that their results from the middle to the back end of the season maybe speaks that they shouldn't have been ranked. But Chelsea may be, if not, one of the most dangerous teams in 6A. You know, I got some flack, and it was all in fun, nothing bad. I picked Chelsea early in the year to win it, I believe. And we were at the kickoff classic, and there was someone said, "Why'd you pick Chelsea?" And I said, "They're dangerous." And you know, midway through the season to the back half, my pick of winning it didn't look real good. Chelsea gets in. Chelsea's arms can match up with anybody's across the state. There's no doubt about it. And they're a dangerous, dangerous team. Pike Road, at the same time, offensive. They can really swing it. They're getting plenty of quality pitching. To me, this seems a little bit like that Benjamin Russell Spain Park matchup. I think Benjamin Russell, we talked about that in depth. Pike Road absolutely can go on the road and win this, but I think Chelsea have that belief now, winning a really good series over a quality Hueytown team. I'm going to go the Hornets this week. And if I'm wrong, it won't surprise me, and I'll be the first to admit, but I think that Chelsea team is rounding into form right now. I'm going to go with the Hornets.
Yeah, I think we're both on the same wavelength. I think Chelsea has really kind of figured some things out. And you just got to look. I mean, you start looking at their top 2 their 2 pitching performances last week, and said, Grant Hill, 7 innings, no earned runs, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. Jackson Price, 7 innings, 4 hits, 1 walk, 10 strikeouts. Those are arms who pitched on their state runner-up finish last year. You also have Silas Osborne. When he's on, he can beat anybody. Luke Neal, he's one of the top hitters in 6A. Can go toe-to-toe with anybody on the mound as well. It's
Garcia, Jordan Garcia.
Yeah, Jordan Garcia as well. And then Luke Neal in the middle of that order. Bryant Wisdom. I mean, they can score enough runs to give their pitching some.
Didn't he mention him? Had he mentioned Wisdom? Yeah,
I know. Yeah, but on the other side, I mean, Pike Road has been a machine all year long. He's 27-8. I've seen them multiple times. They can. They play fundamental baseball. Pacheco can run into one at any given time. Quentin Robinson in the top of that order is a tone setter for their offense, and they just play a good brand of baseball, and have found some arms on the mound that have given them quality outings. But I think we're on the same page as well. I think Chelsea's starting to round into form here late in the season, and just think that their pitching is what kind of pushes me to the edge for Chelsea and it being at home. So going to be an entertaining series. Give me Chelsea as well. Our final matchup in 6A, you've got number 1 Northridge going on the road to McGill-Tulane, who finished outside the top 10. Northridge comes in at 30-6. McGill-Tulane sits at 22-10. How these teams got here: for Northridge, they swept Chilton County 9-1 and 15-1 in game 2 in 5 innings. In that game 1 9-1 win, Mason Elam was 3 for 4 with a pair of doubles and a triple. Grayson Cannon had 2 hits and 2 RBIs. Miller Arundel had a double and 3 RBIs. And then on the mound, Evan Malone went 6 innings, gave up no runs, no walks, and 11 strikeouts. He also added an RBI single. Wyatt Rath added an RBI double, and Cooper Obradovich added an RBI double as well. In that 15-1 game 2 win for Northridge, Evan Malone again was 2 for 2 with a home run and 5 RBIs. Wyatt Rath was 2 for 3 and drove in 3 runs. Grayson Cannon added an RBI single. Cooper Obradovich added 2 hits, one of those being a double, and drove in 2 runs. Ellis Tucker was 2 for 2 with a pair of doubles and 3 RBIs. And then coming in relief, Adam Hall was nails on the mound. He went 3 1/3 innings, gave up no hits, no runs, no walks, and struck out 8 of the 10 hitters he faced. For McGill-Tulane, maybe no bigger win last week for McGill-Tulane across the state. An impressive win going on the road and sweeping number 6 Saraland by scores of 13-6 and 3-2. In that game 1 13-6 win for McGill-Tulane, Colin Patrick had a solo home run. Evan Daigle added a 2 RBI double. Joseph Huff added a single and 2 RBIs. Barrett Porter was also added a single and 2 RBIs. Davis Fisher was 2 for 2 with 2 RBIs. Braden Hilpert had 2 hits, one of those being a triple and an RBI. And then coming in relief in a big-time outing, Trip Crawford delivered 5 innings, gave up 3 hits, no earned runs, and struck out 4 in a big-time relief appearance to get McGill-Tulane to the finish line to secure a Game 1 win. They turned around in Game 2 and trailed 2-0 entering the bottom of the 6th. McGill-Tulane was the home team. They trailed 2-0 going to the bottom of the 6th, and they scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 6th to take the lead. And the big swing of the inning came from Colton Lindsay, who had a huge, 2-out, 2 RBI double in the bottom of the 6th that gave them it was 2-1. They already gotten a run across, and then Lindsay hit a 2-run double with 2 outs to push them to that 3-2 win. And then on the mound, Colin Patrick, after the solo home run in Game 1, was dominant on the mound in Game 2. He fired a complete game, gave up just 3 hits, 2 runs, and struck out 5, and was able to get those all-important 3 outs in the top of the 7th after the Jackets took the lead in the bottom half of the 6th. I'm going Northridge here. This is another one kind of like that Benjamin Russell Spain Park series. There are no easy every matchup that we just went through, there are no easy matchups. And you almost want to be the team that's not ranked, because there's no pressure going into this. McGill-Tulane, you're at home. You've got the number 1 team coming to you. You have nothing to lose. You've already shown you can beat a Saraland, who was playing as good as anybody going up to that point. So Northridge, they'll get McGill-Tulane's best shot. Ultimately, I'm going to go with Northridge. Evan Malone at the top of that rotation. Barrett Gatlin, didn't have a great outing last week and then Adam Hall came in relief, but he's been really good all year long. They're balanced up and down the order. But McGill-Tulane's got some run generators as well, led by Evan Daigle and the host of other ones that I talked about. But I'll go with Northridge here, and we'll see if McGill-Tulane can prove me wrong another week.
I agree with everything you said. I mean, you are right. They're the number 1 team in the state for a reason. McGill-Tulane, what a statement win last week. I mean, we were texting people from across the state in real time as it was going on Game Changer, following along. Just an impressive series win. And again, you've got the number one team coming to you. And it's not like it's an hour drive. I mean, that's a pretty long drive from Tuscaloosa down to the Mobile area. So, travel could play a part of this, but Northridge has been so strong from the get-go this year. 30 wins with the schedule they play is impressive. McGill-Tilton, you mentioned Evan Daigle has swung the bat as good as anybody across the state this year. I expect this to be a war. McGill-Tilton will not lack confidence one bit. They've already proved what they can do, but I'm like you. I'm going to go Northridge. We've got the number one for a reason. So we'll both go Northridge to wrap us up with 6A. So now we're going to the last classification, and I do want to say that we will not be going as in-depth with these teams because they have not played a series so far. That will happen next week for 7A. We are going to do what we did last week with 1A through 6A, give you a little rundown on the team, who they are, where they finished, maybe a little bit, but we're not going to go into detail. We don't want to do a lot of individualized right now because, again, this is their first round of playoffs coming up in 7A, and we'll have plenty to talk about moving forward as these teams move forward. As always, we'll start in the north there. Our first matchup, you've got Area 8 runner-up, Bob Jones. Bob Jones comes in with a 25-16 record after finishing runner-up to James Clemens in that area. They are on the, and you know what? Let me pull up our rankings real quick. I don't have the updated rankings here. Give me just a second. But I know Vestavia is number one. Bob Jones will be on the road at number one, Vestavia Hills. And I believe I have the wrong records there too, I believe. Give me just a second.
Yeah, they haven't been added. You got to go to the article.
Okay. Let me go to the article here. My apologies. All right, here we go. All right. So you've got Area 8 runner-up Bob Jones. They sit right outside the top 10. They come in with a record of 25-16. No, I'm still wrong, Austin. I'm sorry.
Let's go to the – who are you wanting?
Bob Jones.
Yeah, they're outside.
Yeah, I know they're outside the top 10. Are they 25-16?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, then I had that right. They are on the road at number one, Vestavia Hills. Vestavia Hills comes in with a record of
26-11.
Okay, then I'm right there. Okay, 26-11. Okay, that's my apologies. Bob Jones has been ranked pretty much all year long. They were in and out the last couple weeks of the season. Dropped some games late in the season, lost that area championship series to James Clemens, finished runner-up there. It's a difficult task going on the road to Vestavia Hills. There's no doubt about it, but I think if there's a team that can handle it and a team that's done it before, it is Bob Jones. This one, every matchup, we've talked about this, there are no gimmies. There is nothing like, well, this is an easy win now. This is playoff baseball in 7A. That first round's taken out per se, I guess you can say. Vestavia Hills, I don't want to go into too much depth about players, but Tonsmeyer, Gavin Smith, you can go on and on and on. Anderson. What's that?
Charlie Taft, Cooper Anderson, Sizmella.
Yeah, we don't want to do too much players this week because, again, they didn't play a series. But I'm going to go with Vestavia here. I've seen them a couple times this year. Every time I've seen them, I've been very, very impressed with them. They are a complete team, maybe the most complete team in 7A. They've won a number of different ways this year. But, again, Bob Jones, this is where Bob Jones expects to be, just like Vestavia. Don't want to slight Vestavia there, but this is going to be a big-time matchup. But I like Vestavia Hills to win.
Yeah, I'll go Vestavia as well. But I think you said it best that if there's any team that can do it, it's Bob Jones. They've been there before. They've shown the ability to knock. They went to Hewitt-Trussville last year and knocked off number one in a battle of number one versus number two. So Bob Jones is well equipped. Cam Jenkins has got 13 or 14 home runs now.
Mm-hmm.
There's pieces up and down that order. They've got arms as well. So while this is not a ranked matchup, there's talent on both sides. So we'll both go Vestavia, but we'll be following this one. Our next matchup, you have the Area 7 runner-ups, Sparkman. They'll be going on the road to the Area 5 winner at Thompson. Sparkman comes in at 23-17. Thompson sits at 27-2. Thompson comes in and finishes the season at number 2 in our final Class 7A poll. I will go Thompson here. Just feel like they've been battle tested all year long. Coach Perez has done a great job of getting his team prepared. They made their way out of that area as the winner, coming down to the final batter of area play against Hillcrest, 2-1 in the bottom of the 7th. Williams going out, being able to get a 1-2-3 to wrap up that area championship. Where if they lost, they didn't make the playoffs. I'm going to go with Thompson here. Battle tested, but Sparkman as well has played a tough schedule. But I'm going to go with the Warriors.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Thompson as well. You mentioned it. I mean, we've talked about it throughout the year. That area of play, those two areas playing day in, day out, and the quality of schedule that Thompson plays has prepared them for this. I'm going to go Thompson. Sparkman has scheduled tough as well. They're 23-17. The likes of Will Pecha, Mark Bundy, Braxton Williams, Brenner Vanderwinkle. A sophomore bat that I've been really impressed with, Jonathan Mitch, has produced every time I've seen him. You know, guys like Trip Morris on the bump, a young arm to continue to follow over the years. This is Sparkman, man. There's just something about them. They just hang around, they fight, they compete. There's a lot to like in them, finishing runner up there to Grissom in that area. But I think it's just too much Thompson this week. That's a team that can win it all, no doubt. Moving right along, our next matchup in the North in 7A, you've got runner up of Area 5. That's Tuscaloosa County. They finished runner up to Thompson. In that, again, tough area. They finish at 24-11. They will be at the winners of Area 7, Grissom. Grissom swept Huntsville last week in the first 2 games to lock up that area championship. Grissom comes in with a record of 21-15. Tuscaloosa County, the defending 7A state champs, in that area with Thompson. And again, it's pretty much the same thing you say for Thompson, the strength of schedule there. Grissom, on the other hand, is a team that has progressively gotten better throughout the season. Cole Zach at the top of that lineup. You've got Dalton Darwin, or not top of the lineup, I think 2-hole. Brown hitting in the top, catching for Grissom has really come on late with the bat. I know I'm missing some pieces there. Edwards on the mat. They've got, the top of that Grissom rotation can beat a lot of people. Again, we don't want to go into a lot of player details this week with 7A because it is their first matchup or first round, I guess you can say. But Grissom has continually gotten better throughout the course of the year. But I'm going to go Tuscaloosa County. And I think for the reason that, listen, these teams coming out of those Birmingham areas, and there's probably some of you tired of hearing it, but these teams coming out of the Birmingham, Tuscaloosa areas are so battle tested. And I think it translates well into area play. Tuscaloosa County had to fight for their lives to get out of that area. And, kudos to Grissom. I think they've won the area for 3 straight years. I could be wrong there, that Area 7. But I'm going to go with the defending state champs. I'm going to go Tuscaloosa County. I'll let you touch on some of those players if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, Tuscaloosa County, the same thing last year, just proving to your just how battle tested they were. They came into the playoffs and they were able to ride that, playing all those good teams and riding it to a 7A state championship. And they're going to try to do the same thing again this year. But I'll go with Tuscaloosa County going on the road. Brooks Malone, Ryan Nichols, just going Ford Trawick. Tate Pettis on the mound.
Malone.
Deshaun Moten. On the Malone brothers. I'm sure we're leaving someone out. But, I'm going to go with Tuscaloosa County going on the road here. Give me the Wildcats. Our next final matchup in the North, we have the Area 6 runner-up, Hewitt-Trussville, who comes in the playoffs ranked number 5. They'll be going on the road to the Area 8 winner at number 9, James Clemens. Hewitt-Trussville finishes behind Vestavia Hills in the area standings, finishing as the runner-up, while James Clemens won the first 2 games of their area series in the area championship against Bob Jones to clinch that area championship. Hewitt-Trussville comes in at 26-7. James Clemens sits at 22-16 and has really been playing well as of late. I'm going to go with Hewitt-Trussville. give me the Huskies with, led by Jace Riggin and, Kale McIntosh, Hudson Mitchell. I'm going to go, I'll go with the Huskies. But, James Clemens has, like I said, been playing well as of late. They're going to be at home. Matthew Drinkwater, Bryson Hodge, Jesse Isensee, Tyler Lewis. I know had a great game one start last week against Bob Jones to wrap up that area championship. And they've got more pieces as well. But I'll go with the Huskies. I think this will be a close, obviously, I think this will be a close series, but I'll go with the Huskies.
Yeah. And these two teams played earlier up at James Clemens. Hewitt-Trussville came away with I think it was like 4-0, 4-1 is a pretty close score. James Clemens winning that area there over Bob Jones, finishing 22-16. James Clemens is tough to defend because they small ball you, they play small ball, they steal bags, do all those little things that's tough for coaches to be prepared for. But again, I think that Hewitt-Trussville team is too much firepower there. I like them to win that area and advance. So that'll get us to the South. In 7A, you've got the Area 4 runner-up. You've got Central Phoenix City. The Red Devils come in with a 24-15 record. They were out of our rankings for a little while. They did make an appearance back in this week, coming in at number 8 at 24-15. They will be making the trek down to Fairhope, Alabama, to play the winners of Area 2. That's the 7th-ranked Fairhope Pirates coming in at 25-10. So you've got a 7 versus 8 matchup. Austin, I might be wrong here. Did they match up last year and Fairhope win?
Yeah, in the
Elite Eight. Yeah. They matched up last year and Fairhope was able to win. I'm going to say a couple quick things. Central Phoenix City, they have a persona. They lost a good bit from last year, and they have a persona that, they should win every time they step on the field. We saw that at the Small Town Showdown.
Kickoff Classic.
Small Town, holy cow, kickoff. We've been on this thing for a long time, man. I'm trying to get to the end of it. Central Phoenix City started out strong from the Kickoff Classic. They're going to be back next year at the Kickoff Classic. Glad Coach Kehoe is coming back. They're on the road at Fairhope, and Fairhope is a team that lost a ton from last year's team. And I'll be perfectly honest with you. I think that is, and again, don't read anything negative into this comment. This is a compliment. Fairhope, in my opinion, has exceeded expectations this year after what they lost from a year ago. And to host a playoff game at home is huge, especially when you've got some legitimate travel involved. Now, this is not just like driving an hour. This is from Phoenix City down to Fairhope. There's a little bit of travel involved. This was a tough one for me. I learned my lesson last year. I went with Central. I'm going to go Fairhope this year with the home team. I'm going to go with Fairhope to win this 7 versus 8 matchup. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
I'll split it. I'll go Central. And I just, I think that they're starting to play really well. Jalen Carter, Tyler Caldwell, Cam Norton, Hayden Jones. We're just rattling off names off our head. Not going to name every player, but just a few of their top players. I'm going to go Central here, trying to go get revenge from last year's Elite Eight loss. Give me the Red Devils to go on the road and take 2 of 3. Our next matchup, you've got the Area 3 runner-up Dothan. They'll be on the road at the Area 1 winner at Alma Bryant. Dothan finishes as the runner-up to Enterprise in their area. They come in with a 12-20 record. Alma Bryant finished as the winners over Baker. They come in at 18-12. I will go with Alma Bryant. I had Baker as my breakout team to start the season, and Baker had a solid season, but Bryant has they came up in the Auburn area and played in the East Alabama Classic, played some quality teams, and able to win that area. I will go with Alma Bryant.
I'm going to go with Alma Bryant as well. Being at home again, I think is very, very important. Winning that area, that's obviously coaches know this. That's the reward for winning the area, is that first home playoff game. So I'm going to go with Alma Bryant as well. And again, this is a series that, Dothan can absolutely win it, but give me Alma Bryant as well. Our next to last matchup, we're in 7A here. You've got the runner-up of Area 1. That's Baker. The Hornets come in at 19-15, sit right outside of our top 10. They are at Enterprise. Enterprise comes in with a 30-5 record. They won Area 3, defeating Dothan last week, sweeping them. Listen, what Enterprise did last year, 30-plus wins, I believe, with 3 losses, and then to back that up again this year with 30 more wins, and can obviously finish with above 30 wins for again this year, man, and I think, Austin, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that we started the season, I feel certain Enterprise was not ranked, got off to a great start.
They were ranked.
Okay.
I think they're like 9 or 10.
Yeah, they were low, but then their body of work, they just stayed consistent throughout the year. A couple little speed bumps late in the season, but again, none of that matters now. What's relevant and what's the only thing that matters is coming up this weekend, and that is surviving, finding a way to win. It doesn't matter how you win, winning and moving on to the next round. Baker, the Hornets, again, finishing runner-up down there. They put together a good season. Austin picked them as his breakout team this year. I think Baker's going to be able to be in our South Alabama showdown next year. Looking forward to having them. But I think it's too much Wildcats this week. They've been impressive all year, and I see that run continuing this year. Give me Enterprise to advance.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going to go with Enterprise to try to avenge last year's runner-up finish in the state finals in Tuscaloosa County. Give me Enterprise to get off to a good start, to get winning this opening round series and advancing to the quarterfinals. Just eclipsed the 4-hour mark 4 seconds ago. Our final matchup. We got the Area 2 runner-up, Daphne. They'll be on the road at number 6, the Area 4 winners in Auburn. Daphne finished as the runner-up behind Fairhope. They sit at 18-15. Auburn finished as the area winner over Central Phoenix City. They sit at 25-11. Obviously, me living in Auburn, I've seen Auburn a good bit, and the last Auburn team that I saw when I watched them play Opelika, I think that team can go toe-to-toe with anybody. It's the reason why we had them up to 6 in our poll to close the season. Ethan Wade has been really good. I think a sub-1 ERA on the mound. Lawson Hare in game 2, and Brady Sack, a host of other guys. Ryan Donaldson has come out in relief and thrown well. And then their order, Angelo Santiago and Bryson Shepard are two of the better bats in the state. And I think Auburn has a potential to gear up for a potential run. I had them reaching the state finals in my 7A preview to start the season. I think they're quit too, but Daphne, Colin Watson, Ryan Parent, Parker Cranmore, host of other guys will be, are talented, but I'm going to go with Auburn here to advance.
Yeah, you mentioned a name there, Ryan Parent. I mean, he's going to give you a quality outing. His stuff is elite. His stuff can beat anybody. But, listening to you, talk to you, how you feel about Auburn the last few weeks. I'm going to go with Auburn as well. I think, they've gotten better throughout the course of the year. I think they're primed for a run. I think they're a legitimate contender coming out of the South. So I'm going to go Auburn as well. So I think we're all the same in 7A, except for I went Fairhope, you went Central, correct? Yeah. That's the only difference we have. So, man, we appreciate you jumping on this show. As Austin just said, we're at 4 hours and 2 minutes right now. A lot of prep work that went into this as well for both of us. But we do it because we're trying to shine a light on the playoffs. We love this time of year, as you do. We appreciate you tuning in. And again, for those 7A listeners, we're not trying to slight you this week. But again, you're not coming off of a playoff series where we have stats to back up a previous weekend, but we'll do that next weekend as we get to the next matchups. Austin, you got anything before we turn it loose?
I'm good. If you listened for all 4 hours, you are a baseball psycho, which that's what we are, sitting on here talking for 4 hours. But if you listen to the full episode, I guess you have my respect.
And we appreciate that as well. But again, thank you for everybody for tuning in. We will have some people out in different parts of the state this weekend at different matchups. So we look forward to getting out. We hope the weather cooperates. I know there's some question marks about the weather, but we enjoy doing this. Hope you enjoyed it. Until next time, we'll see you next Wednesday for our next playoff podcast as we take a look at the next matchup. So take care. Have a good day. See you at the park.